compound 212.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell Cyberdog a little bit about it. I think he's catching on. He caught on a while back, but I think he backed off. He actually mentioned the other day on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I told him in the room, because I was friends with him. Told him how awesome you are. He agreed.
He's coming around, but he's gonna watch, others and stuff like that too. I guess he's gonna.
But
Yeah.
after you said everything's a 212, been studying this weekend, and you can see it my eyes just see it everywhere. It's sort of like when I was in college in my beginning class. I have an engineering undergrad, and one of your remedial classes was taking trig, and you either saw the trig, formula, substitution. For a while I struggled. Then when you saw it, boom, you could solve every problem. It's sort of like, with trading. You see that 212, you see it everywhere now.
It's everything.
Yep.
Before the strat, I'm sorry.
On the compound basis, though.
On a compound, yeah, exactly. Yep. On a compound basis, on any time frame.
Yep. Yeah, I see it everywhere. I mean, you did such a good job showing that.
I appreciate it. Everything is 212.
Yeah, I'm surprised Rob never taught 212s. And I'm talking the compound 212.
Yeah. A lot of people on the strat, the tops, they're always talking about, they're not big on continuations. They're always talking about reversals back in a trend, but the continuations are just important. Now there's 212 continuations, there's 212 reversals.
Yep.
But everything's 212. Because before I came to strat, I learned all kinds of strategies. And one of them was supply and demand, and then accumulation distribution. So a 212, all it is accumulation, arrest, and distribution, just over and over and over.
Well, you know how traditional trading, they do that cup and handle, and they show that the measured move is the depth of the cup, and then you add it up to the top of the cup. Well, basically all that is a 212.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And then the head and shoulders just 212, just reversing and then pulling back in. So
exactly. I mean, the way those guys do head and shoulders and all that stuff, it's laughable when you really understand the strat.
Yeah. And the pivots, all the pivots do is it shows you where it shows you where the rest is, or the inside bar is.
Yeah.
It's just a compound inside bar. So in between the pivot high and pivot low is a rest in a broader picture.
So what I've done is your pivot study. I think that is like, I call that a major pivot, and then I call the candle high as a candle pivot versus a major pivot. That then you can show. I see everything you were showing last week when you break those major pivots. Those are better than breaking good candle pivots.
Yeah, because all it is when it breaks the pivot, all it's doing is break. Okay, so when I look at it, I'm looking at this. Anything in between pivot high and pivot low is a compound inside one. So before the pivot low was a 2, and then it goes inside for the rest. And as it breaks out of the pivot high, which is breaking out of the consolidation or the rest, it makes a 212. It's breaking out of 1 and the next 2. That's all it is. It's just a 2. So a break in itself is a break of the 1.
And you can actually, what also helps you with those pivots, like you said, pivot low, pivot high, just think about it. That's taking out a couple cents below on the pivot low and a couple cents on the high on the pivot high, and you got your broadening formation.
Yeah, exactly. So when I see something pushing through the bottom of the pivot, it don't scare me whatsoever, because I know a lot, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna wick down a little bit and then come right back through.
Yep.
And same thing with the top. Sometimes, we're aware that sometimes it can break out a little bit and then come back down from the top, where, to me, it does one of 3 things, and it either breaks through immediately, or it hits it, pulls back, then goes through, or it just reverses completely. It's like it's either the top of the broadening formation, or it's a bull trap, or something. I'm not sure what it is, but I know it's there. It's probably broadening formation, probably pricing, expansion or discovery or something. I'm not sure, but I'm aware that it's there.
Who wrote that pivot study?
I don't know. I think I got it from Ripster 47, or it might have been. I've got it named under Ripster 47. I'm not sure. I say that without really knowing. I think I might have just done a search and saw Pivot Study. You know how they have all these free 2S
Right.
cans, and found out there. So I really don't know.
Well,
It was around the time Ripster though.
one guy was asking, but I figured out last week how it draws the lines. So when it hits a new high, right, and it's got to do 8 candles lower than that new high, and it will draw the pivot on the high as long as you have 8 candles below that high, and the vice versa on the low.
It's just I don't know, man. It's golden.
But it's like you said, it's just an inside bar between that. And if you realize if it takes out a little the high, a little low, you got a broadening formation. So, I mean, that was just genius what you put together.
Jerry, I think
On all time frames.
Yeah.
I think speaking about timeframes and these pivots, I know last week you were talking about the charts, because if you change the time frame of the charts, the aggregation period, it's going to display those pivots differently.
Yeah.
Are you able to just repeat
Very
those?
important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
But you know something,
So,
Jerry, I come back and tried that, and it didn't matter. It still drew the same ones. The only one that matters if you have the pre-market. What happens, mine just drew it a little slower. I came back to that thing.
Gotcha.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
came back
it's all about.
It really didn't
candles,
matter
right?
what time you were looking at. Only if you have pre-market on, it will distort it.
Oh, all right. Well, then that's great.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
somehow mine pulled up that day and that 60-minute was slow. I don't know why, but it did. But I tried both time frames and it came back and I got it the same. Because again, all it's looking at
PRVs.
is you got to have whatever the low is, you got to have 8 candles above it. Whatever you have the high, you got to have 8 candles below it. Consecutive
Okay.
candles.
That's right. That's what marks them. Yeah. So sometimes, as I'm looking,
Right.
and just a regular pivot high is just a high with 2 down candles, or a pivot low is a low with 2 up candles. So I'm seeing, I can see where previous pivot highs are. That's besides the study. Like, I mean, here's one. So you can kind of see there's others within this, but the pivot studies is the main one you need to watch out for.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I call it major pivot is what you have, and then the other one in my mind, I call it candle pivots.
This right here is the inside. All this is the inside bar. All this is a 2. Then we're waiting on the next 2. So all this here are these 3 candles here.
You know what you just drew there, Jerry? Let's assume that you got that first 2 like you had, right? The big one coming down, and then you had that inside. Let's say it was hanging around more toward that inside, was hanging more around towards the lower paw. You would expect then it'd be a 2, 2, 1, 2 down, to where now it's hanging around more towards the higher side. So you're anticipating 2, 1, 2 up because it's hanging around on the
Yeah. And also, I'm looking at the monthly, and the monthly is in a really nice uptrend. So I'm going to expect this thing to break at the top. But right now, it can go either way because it's just bouncing. But it's coming up, it's in the top 60% of the inside bar.
Yeah, yeah.
So, the way I trade it is we can trade inside bars as long as there's enough range, and we can see, there's $10 in this range here, which is, plenty enough to trade it. I prefer to be, I don't like to be smack dab in the middle. I want to be on one side or the other.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask you. So if you do trade that inside bar, if you're going to come back through the range, you want to be, on one side or the other. You don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah, that's where you'll get chopped up. And like
Yep, yep.
now, if I'm inside on the say the 30 or the 60, then I just stay away completely because on the lower time frame you'll really get chopped up, and the reason being because the range might be a couple dollars. You know,
Yeah.
you just want to stay away from it. It's best to wait till it breaks out the top for the bottom.
Yeah, yeah. But that
I
pivot
tell you,
study, oh,
these pivots are awesome, and the whole compound inside bar is just, I mean, it's just perfect. It just makes sense.
It's magical, man. It's
yeah,
magical.
I mean, when you,
It
yeah,
is,
when
it's
you,
no
when you,
mon-
when
it's
you,
money.
when you see it, Jerry, like after you taught it and you see it in your head, it's over with. Makes trading so easy.
Yeah, it does. It simplifies everything, man. And you know, it took me a while, but when it clicks, it just clicks.
But those
just
pivots
clicks.
help you see where they're at.
Yeah, see, it lets you know, hey, when price, you know, when price breaks out of this pivot, it's gone because the longer the price consolidates in this range right here, the bigger the break. So, you know, I'm looking for these pivot breaks because that's how we get these $10, $20 moves every day. You know, if I'm bouncing around inside here, you know, we'll catch a little bit of move, but man, when it breaks out, it's gone.
So with you looking at that, you see those two wicks on that weekly. If you draw that broadening formation, I'm interested if that would come up to what that anticipated move. Yeah, exactly.
This move here, it might. We know it's cooling. Okay, first of all, if I was looking at this, you know, on Monday, it's a 212. So we know price is making a new high here. So we're probably going to see a 2-2 next month. It's going to open up inside, right? It's cooling here. Right? So more than likely it's going to break out at the top because its stock is so strong.
Right.
And it's a clear direction. If it was chopping, you know, like in here, it's chopping sideways. We don't know what it's going to do. But here it's just like, you know, it's in a channel. It's on its way up. And then we have the break of the pivot high on the month. So, I mean, this thing's, you know, chopped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years almost. So it's breaking out after 5 years of consolidation. Man, this thing might go $100. There's no telling how far to go this coming month. It's going to be massive.
And that comes back to say, use that 146 up to 162, at least just small money, but that's, you can expect that too to go up, what, 140, at least what, $25, you know,
Yeah.
above that pivot, at least a minimum.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to look at Baidu?
Yeah, I just want to see what you're going to tell though. I want to see what you say.
Yeah, we want to get your opinion on how you see this.
That's all it is opinions. You know? All right.
But
212. It's got a hammer. It's forming a hammer. Oh yeah, and a lot of stuff at the beginning of last year, or the end of the last month. I want to say this. Everything at the beginning of last month to me looked like a 212 reversal to the downside, which was horrible. But toward the end of the month here, everything's hammered. So man, we just had a consolidation and rest and pullback because that hammer in itself is a pullback. It's a rest, and it's ready for the next leg up. So this is a 2-bar red strap with a hammer on its way back up. It looks like it. It's red, but it held. What I like about it is it held support right here, and it's making higher lows. This thing's fixing to go back up. It should break when it breaks this 197.83. It's gone. Pivot machine gun. I mean, it's setting up. I like it. And Baidu, it's a big mover too. Holy crap! I made so much money with this ticker. I love it. It's right now, it's kind of chopping. See this right here? All this is just kind of inside. So it needs to break one side or the other. So what I would do is I'd set an alert. I've already got one there, but at 198. And I'm watching that on my bigger screens too. I've got it set up. Right here.
198.
Oh yeah, also I'm watching STAA too now.
Hey, Jerry, wait a second. Go back to Baidu. My 60-minute shows I'm sitting right on a pivot. You have that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the same.
Wow, so I guess maybe it does make a difference. Mine's
Okay,
showing it
Mine
sitting right
is-
on the pivot.
let's try this. Mine's sitting at 90 days, 1 hour.
I got mine on 10 days, 1 hour. Let me try 90, see if maybe I'm
I
wrong.
like the 90 days because I can go back and see overall trend.
All right. Yeah, let's see if mine changes that.
No, mine's still the same. I moved it up to 90 days. Sitting right on the pivot. You don't have extended hours on that chart by any chance?
No,
Let me tell you something that's different though, because I've noticed this in the last week or two. If I'm zoomed out, it'll change. Some pivots will be visible, some won't. So
Well,
right now, when I
this
zoom
one's
in,
definitely visible.
when
Yeah,
I zoom
see-
in, I'm touching pivot high at 197.42.
yeah, so I got a pivot on 196.02 on it, which is weird.
Well, here, let me pull my settings up. Because I want
Okay.
everybody to be on the same thing that what I'm doing. There's the pivot study there.
Let me put my pivot.
8.4. Yeah, we need to figure that out. But, you know, even if it's off a little bit, it's still the same. If it breaks that level,
Yeah,
it's going to go.
yeah, mine's 8.4.
And your dollar amount, Corey, for your pivot high is 196.27.
Mine's saying 196.02.
Oh,
I don't know why mine's,
mine says 196.27. And
Oh, shit.
geez,
it doesn't make any sense because I got everything turned off.
Now, I do see a pivot high at 196.27.
yeah, that's mine.
Now, look, let me
Oh
show you.
yeah, look at that.
See how it's moving?
Yeah,
I noticed that last week or the week before. Depending on where I'm at, they move just a hair. I guess it's the most relevant pivot at the time.
Yeah,
But it
because
moves right down.
mine drew the line back to Tuesday's high. Tuesday's high.
The pivot low has moved too. All my stuff's turned off. I keep it turned off. All this in auto.
Oh, that's just so weird. Well, mine's
Yeah.
sitting right on 196.02. Mine's like hanging to the candle to go through it. And your candle, well, you're taking Friday's high, right? That's what yours drawn?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. That's so weird. It's forming over here, but it's 50 cents above this candle wick here. I don't know. Something's off on the 60. Might be mine. I don't know.
Because mine took Tuesday's high, which seems like that's right. That was the highest one that I had and held 8 candles. Yeah, I think mine's got the right one.
Yeah, I think mine's off because mine looks kind of wonky here. Because it's a pivot high, but it's just hanging in the air. This one's off too, right here. See, it's just hanging in the air there.
Yeah, and then on a 5, what's the other one you got? Another time frame, yeah, I think mine's right. Because mine takes the Tuesday high. That was the highest it's been, and it had to have 8 candles below it, and it held it. Nothing broke through it. So the next high would have been Friday and it hadn't been 8 candles. Yeah, it's got to be Tuesday. Tuesday, first candle. It has to be. Must be something on your settings you have.
Yeah, it must be. See how it's now? Oh, now it's touching
Yeah,
196.
yeah, mine's 196.02. So yeah, so
Yeah.
mine's
Mine's the same.
So
as
now
yours.
mine's set at yeah, mine's at 196 now.
Yeah,
weird?
maybe because, maybe the system just didn't update. Maybe I was using my system before you on Baidu and took yours since the system's not running. I bet you that's it,
Yeah,
right? It's not live. So I clicked it before and it reset it. Yours didn't click it. When you clicked it, then it reset. That's what it is.
yeah.
Yeah, so it has
Yeah,
nothing
'cause
to
it's
do with,
usually spot on. It's
Yeah.
usually gonna look like this. It's gonna actually be, you can actually see it. Cool.
yeah, it's just because I brought it up. I think that's what it is. Yours was static and then after you clicked it, since the market's not live,
There's some
Yeah.
nice tickers.
yeah, so the time frame has nothing to do with it.
That's good to know. That's definitely.
Jerry, I mean, Tim, you ask him some questions. You got the master here.
Jeez, I think I'm questioned out. I think that we've been talking about so many different things. I can't even remember. I mean, there's a bunch of other people on here, and I think you and I have done a lot of talking.
Yeah, Ann, why don't you talk? Ann? Who's still there? Anyone still there? Anyone there?
I can ask a
I'm here, but I'm just listening to y'all. I'm just soaking up the info,
Well, go ahead.
taking
That's-
notes.
You got Jerry, you got the master.
I don't have
How
any questions
about
right now.
y'all want to kind of hear my process when I'm looking at these things in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
A lot of people ask, my watch list and stuff like that, what I look for in the evenings. I mean, to be honest with you, kind of lazy. I don't. I usually don't, I might look through a few stuff, but I usually don't have a watch list or anything like that. And the reason being is when I first started trading, man, I would, I'd spend hours after market looking, and then I'd spend hours before the market looking, and I'd mark all these tickers and stuff. Man, at 9:30, I'd have 200, not that many, but 50. They'd all would ping at the same exact time, and I'd miss all of them. So now, the way I think is, I want to play what's moving now. Because what's working yesterday might not work today. Money might roll into something else. So I usually just try to play what's moving, or and of course I got my list of tickers I'm always watching. And and if they don't play out for a week or so, then I just swap them out with something that's moving. And I think it has to do with the way money flows. Like it's tech was last week, and then sometimes just money, and sometimes it's bio, and sometimes it's trucking or wherever it wants to go. But what I do is, the first thing I watch, I pop up is this big old new 10% scan. And it basically lets me know what's moving. Like if there's gaps or anything like that in the morning, there's a lot of volume because, when there's a lot of volume, that's what makes these things move a lot. And then of course, I'll use, I'm always, the 2-1 scan is just money. And if my regular tickers aren't moving, I'm going to be, the first thing I'm going to do is look at this 10% scan. And then I'll be looking, of course, I'm always trying to look at Rob's gap list. If I see anything good on there, you want to keep eye on it, especially the first 30 minutes to an hour, just to see if we can find a gap fill. But then I'll keep, the Bob scan up. I'll look at it. And then every once in a while, I'll pull up the major ETFs and see where the money's flowing. That's why I'm looking at the major ETFs. And I think somebody had talked about, Alex had a scan, or somebody made a scan that showed you what the big ETF was for the day, right? So when I made that major ETF scan from Rob's course, I just made a list, and then I, put the list in its own list, and went online and found the top 20 holdings, 20, 30 holdings in each ETF. It just tells me where the money's at. But the thing about that is, in the first hour of the day, the money's in one thing, but after 10, 30, 11, the money's somewhere else. So we're, that's where we start looking at these scans. But a lot of times, man, here in the last 2 or 3 weeks, the tickers that I watch are plenty. Like there's so much movement in just a few tickers we watched. There's no sense in wasting our time looking for other stuff. But I usually,
What's the earliest you get in on a stock? You have to at least have one candle on a 5 minute?
Yeah, yeah, one candle. Yeah, so I like to have at least that first 5 minute candle for direction. Now, I want to say this. So in the first 5 or 10 minutes, I'm looking at pre-market, not all the time, but right before it opens, I might look at pre-market on some tickers on like Rob's list or something, or maybe some tickers that I played the day before. I look at pre-market to kind of see the pre-market high. I mark that, and I'll mark the pre-market low too, because sometimes that is relevant for the first few minutes of the day. Say, pre-market, say the stock's been running, all of a sudden it's consolidated. And really, when you see a ticker that's running in the morning and then it consolidates, man, that's kind of the best time to get ready, because it's just a 2-1-2. So it moved up in the morning and then it's consolidating, which is awesome, because after a big move, everything needs to rest. And then I just mark the pre-market high, and once it hits it, I just go long on it. Now, the market is very volatile in the first few minutes, so I'm going to be taking profits pretty quickly. And then, so I take my profits quickly, right, in the first, 30 minutes of the day. But after 10, if that thing's still moving, as long as it's had rest along the way, I won't hesitate to get back in it and stay a little bit longer. But in the first 30 minutes, anything can happen. Like you can go, you can take profits and the thing will turn around and go back against you. So you can get, if you're new, you just really need to wait till probably at least 9:45, if not 10 o'clock.
Are you nervous much in the beginning where you get something like Novak's that's got like a $2 spread, and you think it's going and you go get it, you're already down at least a buck, if it hadn't even gone.
Yeah. At first, I wouldn't even touch anything like that. But I'm so confident in the moves now, and still they're not all going to go. But if it's breaking up a pivot or it's pushing out or something like that, then I expect it to keep going. Then I don't care too much about spread. But it's also, it helps when you're starting with one, because sometimes you might get in this large spread and be down right off the bat, $50 or $60. Not always, but sometimes you can, especially when you hit market. When you hit market, you can be down just the first few minutes.
But basically, you go market first thing on those, first 5-minute candle, because you got to get in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not, if I'm sitting there trying to limit in and the ticker's moving, I mean, look here, we know in the first 30 minutes is when the most moves happen. So in the first 30 minutes, well, let's say the first 10 minutes, a ticker can move $10, $15 instantly. I mean, we've seen candles all the time. That's a 5-minute candle that's moved $10.
How do you handle like a swing? Let's say, for instance, you're in Tesla the other day, and you swung it, you want to get out, so you focus on first get rid of your outs before you buy your new buys, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out quick, because what Tesla does, it has this habit of either gapping up in the morning or gapping down. Now it does two different things. So if I got calls on Tesla and it's gapped up in the morning, I get out at 9:31. I want out, and I want out immediately, because the reason being, Tesla loves to fill them gaps. So it'll be gap up. It can gap up $20, and it will fall. It will fall all the way back down and fill that gap. So if you're holding, thinking it's a pullback and people's taking profits, you're gonna get hurt, because you're gonna give all your profits away to what you're gonna do. So I just get out, immediately, and then if it keeps going down, I'll take it short.
So when you first go in the morning, say you dump Tesla, your next move is going to look at those 12 stocks that your favorites, and that's what you're looking to see if anything, those things got something that's showing you to go.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So in the first,
something showing when like you look for something showing you to go, you're looking to see if price is near one of the major pivots.
Yeah, well, the pivots, there's a couple of different things. So I'm not strictly 2-1-2. I love the 2-1-2, but I'm looking for, in the first 30 minutes, here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a 2-1-2. I'm looking for individual candles. So I want to see a big, huge 2. I want to see it rest, which is the inside. And it don't even have to be inside. Like I said, it can start off, the candle can start off inside, right? And then go 2. But as soon as it breaks the high of the previous 2, I'm in. So you might just see a 2 222. You're like, oh hell, that's extended. Why'd you get in that? Well, you didn't see that it was inside. You know what I'm saying? For $3.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
So it's
sense.
gone, you know. But I'm also looking for 2.2s with hammers, just like on Novaks. Novaks, you know, it came down and then it hammered up. See, 2 down, 2 up, gone. That's
Now that-
Friday. So I'm
that's-
also
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, it's okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's what you're talking about now is like the first 30 minutes, right? So what I'm not gonna, I'm gonna just kind of wait until, at least 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
But what you're doing though is you're setting yourself alerts either on pivot high or pivot lows, waiting to see if those trigger to break. And then I think we were talking about this over text the other day. Then you're waiting for a retest and then you're getting in.
No, I'll play the initial break. So say Tesla or not Tesla, say Novaks here. If it's coming up to the top here, I'll set my alert here.
Right.
And if it alerts me, hey, price is coming up, and this thing breaks, especially before 11:30, I'll take it on the initial break, right?
Not even
Now-
not even on a any sort of strat combo entry. You just
Nope,
take
I
it.
don't care. Yeah, I don't care about any kind of strat combo. Just taking a break. I don't care if it was I don't care what it was beforehand. Because to me, I'm looking at the bigger picture. So all this stuff inside this, these pivot high and pivot low is inside. That's a 1. So all this, whatever leads up to it, I don't care. Because I'm breaking out of a 2
Yeah.
inside 2. And the pivot or the stretch says, as soon as it crosses 1, you take it. Right?
Yeah.
You take it here. As soon as it crosses the inside bar, you take it. And that's all I'm doing is I'm taking it as soon as it crosses the inside.
Now you're not worried about it like wicking up over and then pulling back or something like that.
Yeah. After lunch, they fail 80% of the time. Yeah. But also, if I'm looking at a pivot, the first thing I'm going to do is look at the higher time frames. I don't just take any pivot, right? So it depends exactly where it is in the trend. So, if price is pushing up, and Novaks, it's been running the last couple of weeks. The monthly looks like crap, but other than that, it's reversing. We see it making a higher low. So I got, I'm analyzing the whole picture. I want to see exactly where price is in relation to the overall trend. So, for the last 3 weeks, it's been pushing higher here. So it's 2-1-2. There's a 2, a reversal of the upside there. But I'm looking to see exactly where price is in relation to the overall trend. So it's green here on the week. But Novaks is just, or not Novaks. The Novaks or NVIDIA? I'm looking at the wrong one. Because the Novaks right there look kind of shitty. Novaks look crappy on the 4-hour. All right, here we go. This looks better. Okay, first of all, let me show you Novaks here. It's not looking. I thought something was up. Novaks on the 4-hour, it looks like garbage right now. We do have higher lows right here, but on Novaks, what's scaring me is this. See how tight this range is right here?
Yeah.
Man, you would get ate up in this. This is basically this is inside here, but this is such a tight range, you can't do nothing with it. It needs to break out the top or come down. So if I saw something like this on higher time frames, I'd stay away from it. Also, if I saw a ticker that had a bunch of wicks everywhere, or dojis, I'd avoid it altogether. I wouldn't even think about taking the trade. So that's two rules that are must. A bunch of wicks everywhere on the higher time frames, avoid it. And then it needs to be in a clear range.
If you saw like back in the 4-hour for Novaks, if you saw a lot of tight consolidation over a considerable amount of candles, and the trend, I didn't see what the longer term trend looked like. Yeah, you probably still wouldn't
Kinda
take it long
garbage.
if it broke above that 4-hour consolidation. You probably wouldn't even take it long.
Well, I would, only because I know the longer this consolidates, the bigger the break's going to be.
And there's a
I would
gap.
take it long, hoping that it would push up to here, the top of this red candle.
Yeah,
The month's pulling up, but the month looks like crap.
yeah.
And it's starting to reverse here. It is kind of a shooter on the week. But I'd probably, I'd consider trading this. It wouldn't be ideal, but I would want to see a clear break of it. You know what I'm saying? Because it could wick out just a little bit and then pour right back down. I'm kind of scared of it. I'm kind of scared of Novax. So when I'm looking at something to take a break, I've already analyzed the higher time frames. Now look in the video. We've been playing that it's been on my big screens for 2 weeks, and I'll show you. I'll show you why. Because the higher time frame is just gorgeous, man. It don't get any better than this. So when I'm looking for pivot breaks, you can bet this higher time frame is going to be money. It's going to be set up to make some huge moves. So I'm always looking at that. So this thing, first of all, went inside. There's two, and then a 3. So it tried to go lower and it formed a hammer. So a hammer in itself is just a rest, right? It chopped sideways, it went down, it came up. It pulled back, now it's going to go. It's fixing to go. It's going to go 2-2 or 3-2 up this month. And look, it's pushing higher here. Here's your 2-2 reversal, 2 down, 2 up, right? It broke through pivot. You know what I mean? Look here, as soon as it broke through pivot, it took these stops out. All right. So when it takes out stops like that, when they're really stacked in there, man, they can make big moves.
So for someone like me, from the strap perspective, and I'm trying to put my process together. Would you recommend that I, set the alert for the pivot break, and if it's like before 11:30, then go ahead and jump in, unless it's like completely screaming up towards it and it's it's due for a rest. I can go ahead and take it on the pivot break, but if it's later in the day, maybe wait for validation that actually is a break and not
I
just
wouldn't even, if you're going to set it automated after 11:30, I wouldn't take any, because they fail 80% of the time. And if you're going to take something like that, you got to look at volume for one, because you want to see volume increasing. You probably want to look at tick to make sure it's positive.
Yeah.
And then you probably want to look at VIX. There's a bunch of different things you have to look at before you take anything, especially after lunch. Because I see them pull up. I mean, they'll wick up, 40, 50, 60 cents just to pull right back in and start ranging again. It's safe just to say, hey, I'm not taking anything after 11:30. Just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. Hey, no, that's great advice. That is great.
But here's the thing too. On these pivots, well, here we go, right here in front of me. Here's a classic example. I was fixing to draw this for you, but here it is. I notice sometimes that, like, I put alert on the daily or the weekly for a pivot break. I get an alert, but when I go looking at it, it's already made a massive move up through. So the day that it breaks, a lot of times you already see a huge move. So see how it's moved from the lower all the way through to the pivot and then kept going? I don't know why this is. I'd like to capture this move here, and I've been working on it the last 2 or 3 weeks, making my alerts down here as well, because I want to catch this whole move here. But a lot of times when they start, the day they break out, they've already made a good move. So that's some kind of pattern there. I've been studying it, but I've noticed that a lot.
Hey, Jerry, look at the NVIDIA on the daily.
Yeah, you'll see this a lot on the daily and the weekly. You'll see a big green candle come all the way through range and right up through the pivot break. It's crazy.
So on the daily, let's just say you drew your 2 from back in April, something like 12th, all the way down to the pivot. I don't know, let's just say at the bottom down to 541. Say treat that as a 2. Then you got the inside, then it broke. But you in that case, on that inside, you almost ruined yourself, because you broke through a bunch of pivots on Friday, the last 4 days. You follow what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, so how do you treat that in that situation? Because, I mean, you're gonna go for the bigger move, but you lose a little bit of Friday's move. You follow what I'm saying?
Um,
So in essence, you draw that first two going down, then you treat the other stuff as an inside, but you broke like 4 candles.
oh,
on-
here. So that's inside. this
Yeah,
is a two.
exactly. So, but if you treated that other stuff all the way up as a 1 and that is an inside, because the up would have been the top of the pivot. You follow what I'm saying? So you might
Yeah,
not,
here. Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
exactly.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
so you might not, missed a little of that meat.
yeah, yeah.
So what do you do in that scenario?
So what I'm doing is I look at the month and then I'm looking at this 2-2, right? So when I'm doing it when I'm doing it this way, I'm looking at this on all tickers, but what I'm looking to is the range. So I know this is a compound inside bar here, all the way across.
Okay,
I'm looking at the range. So 538, so it's over $100 range. So I'm gonna play all the way inside this thing. All right. And if it came down here, then I want to catch it as it starts coming up off the bottom of this pivot. So what I'm gonna
okay,
do is look at the 4-hour and make sure that we are in an uptrend off the bottom. Right. So I'm gonna be looking for is TTOs on the way up to catch. So right here, it pulled back and then it starts chopping sideways, right? So this right here's a pivot right here, right there. So I wait till it breaks the pivot.
is that what you did on Friday? Because I didn't get it.
Yep, right here.
Okay, you ready for that pivot right there? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
But also we got in it really early too. So, I already know that this thing's in an uptrend. So what I did is I think it did the 2-2 and then just, at that time we're just trading individual candles and it found basins making higher highs at that time. So I don't even think I paid attention much to this. I may have, I'm not sure.
And what are the things that you look at? Like, you'll send an alert, you'll say, hey, I'm swinging Tesla. What makes you want to swing it overnight at, this sort of turbulent market? What are you looking before the market goes to
I tell
swing?
you. All right. So, we play the initial break. All right.
Okay.
When I see Tesla break a pivot, an important pivot, right, on the higher time frames, it comes up and then it retests and it holds support here. Then there's only one way to go, and that's out.
Okay, so that's when so it's got to be a major
Yeah.
pivot, and does it
Yeah.
on any time frame or just,
It's gonna have to be at least a 60 or 4-hour. Yep.
okay,
So
Good.
last week, I said and I even mentioned Tesla. Hey, if Tesla, I was swinging some. Tesla holds, I think at 615, she's gonna go, and it bounced off of it, and then it just went higher. So it held pivot and went up the next day.
But remember, one day last week, you said that was the easiest $1,600 you made in your
Yeah.
life.
That's right. Yeah, held them overnight, and I sold them right at open. So I'm not gonna get greedy. It could have went up, but I don't care. I know it can come down just as fast, especially on gap ups. If
When you
Tesla
sold-
gaps up, she will fill the gap. She will fill it.
When you sold at the open, you sold at market or at the ask?
At the ask. Yeah, at the ask. Now, if I open, if it started coming down whatsoever, then I would have just moved it down. I would try to split the difference, but I would have sold it bid. I wouldn't have hesitated to sell it the bid, only because I went out immediately, and it's the spread's so tight. I don't care to lose $10 a contract. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care to lose a little bit of money on it. I just want to get out now. Yeah, but I try to always join the ash just to catch the top, and especially in the first 5 minutes. If price ticks up a little bit, people's gonna jump, and that's how you catch a gamma spike.
I was telling Tim this, and you don't have to agree with, but I think the market, we're sort of at the top, and we keep chopping around in a certain range. An environment like this is not one of those trends that you want to swing. You're just day trading until we can get in a trend, right?
Yeah. I really don't like swinging that much. I might swing overnight or for a couple days on a few things, but man, I don't like it. Maybe if it's a cheaper ticker, I might take a few, but I generally like to be cash, and I definitely don't like to swing anything over the weekend, really.
And let's just say you're in a stock, you're slightly underwater, the end of the day's coming, no matter what, you're just gonna get the heck out.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm just gonna cut it. Yeah, yeah, because I don't want to lose any more money overnight. Because on the breaks and stuff too, they either go or they don't. If it's not making a new high, then I'm gonna cut it. And then if it decides to bounce later in the day and go back up and make a new high, then I'll re-enter it. I won't hesitate to get back in it because I'm expecting it to go. I just don't know when.
And how long do you stay in a trade? Assume like you got in something, it didn't go, it's sort of chopping around and it's not doing anything. You're burning theta. Let's say it's like
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday. Will you still hang out or just say, hey, I'm gonna cut it?
Yeah, so Tuesday and Wednesday, I'll hang a little bit longer. So I got a rule. It's like, if it goes against me twice, you probably hear me saying it. If it goes against me twice, I'm going to cut it. So what I'm saying is, at this time when it's going, it's basically chopping sideways, right? And when it comes up and touches the high, and then it pulls back, and then price comes back up again and tries to make another high, but it stops at the same point, maybe a penny higher, and then pulls right back down the range, I'll just cut it, right? Because at that time, it failed to make a higher high the second time. So I'm assuming it's going to reverse,
Yeah,
and I just
that's
cut
right.
it.
And then go to your chart that you have like 10 stocks on it. You got a 60, 30, 15. You look at that, sometimes you make decisions fast. There you have no pivots on it. You have none. What are you looking on that chart that you move really fast when you're
Okay.
in the morning?
All right. I'm looking for 2 2s. So I'm looking for 2 2. 2 2. That's it.
Okay.
I'm looking for reversals back in the trend. Because I already know on all these right here, I already know all the higher time frames look like. I'm memorizing. Yeah. So, and that's just like on the other screen, on Tesla, and I think I still got Roku, Etsy up there, and some other ones. But I mean, I know that they're in an uptrend.
So all the ones on your list are all in uptrends.
They're all in uptrend. Some are chopping sideways. Roku and Etsy, they make good moves and stuff, man. But they, I'm fixing to cut them. If they don't start improving, they don't start acting right, they're gone. I like them because they have a high ATR. I love tickers that's got, can make a huge move. But I mean, they're slowly grinding up. They have a lot of potential, and that's why they're there. The reason I don't like them, here I'll show you. If you look at the 4-hour, same thing. I've got Novax on my screen. I like Novax, but just like Roku here, chopping sideways. The only good thing about it is it's pushed up to pivot. Now it's holding support, so it's retested this whole area. So look, it just pushed a 2, and now it's inside, and now I'm waiting on this next 2. But you can't trade this because there's a lot of it makes big moves during the day, right? But man, it'll go up and then it'll give it back, and then it'll go up and then it'll give it back. So that's chop, and if you look at the 4-hour here, this is inside. It's the compound inside bar. You will get 8, and then on top of that, doji. So this thing opened and closed almost where it started on the month. So you can see it right here. There it is. Which is really tight. Of course, that's not all of it, but at the end, that's where it opened and closed.
Yeah.
It's super tight.
Another question, it doesn't happen too often, but occasionally happens. Let's just say you're in Baidu and all of a sudden we got a spiker in the market, right? And you said you do manual stops, you don't do, and a good spiker. And man, you were, let's say you bought the contract for 4, now they're down 250. It just happened so fast. Do you get the hell out, or you just sort of wait and see if that market comes back?
So I do a couple things. So when I first get into a ticker, I don't use a hard stop. I use a mental stop. But once I get in the money, once I'm pretty green, I will put a hard stop. I will put a hard stop on it. Yeah. But it's got a lot of room on it. It's got a lot of room.
But have you ever got caught? Have you got caught with one of those spikers? Say you just got into a new stock, you didn't do it, and and you get one of those. And what happened? What do you do in that scenario?
I hold it because because I know the last 2 weeks, VIX has this thing where it does it twice a day, and everything's patterns with me. So VIX will do it. It does it 2 times a day. VIX will shoot up, and then it'll come right back down. All they're doing is shaking out weekends. That's all they're doing. Now until it proves me wrong, I'm gonna, I'll hold through it a little bit. But they do it 2 times a day, and then you'll see it come right back through there. I think I maybe got caught in one of those, it ain't been too many times, maybe 2 or 3 times.
When you're looking, Jerry, when you do a mental stop, when you first get into a trade, that mental stop's based off of where the price is in relation to the where you entered as far as the trigger, or that mental stop's based on how much premium is dropping.
Nope. Yeah, I could care less about that. I could care less about the premium.
Yeah,
It's
just so that it's not negating your original thesis, right?
Yeah. So my stop is clearly based off stock price.
Good.
So if we enter at 353, I'm going to put my, the stop depends where it's at. I'm usually going to enter on a 5 minute, but it's going to be it's going to be really close to pivot. It ain't going to be very far, but I'm going to be probably sitting on top of the candle somewhere. I'm looking for the closest support or resistance, and the more times that stop touches candles, tops and bottoms, the stronger it is. So sometimes I'll give it a little bit of room, hoping it's going to bounce. But you can bet it's not very far. It's not very far from entry. Because the way I see it is, it's either going to go or it ain't. If it ain't gonna go, then I don't need to be in it.
And how long? Corey touched on this a couple questions ago. How long are you going to give it? Before you decide whether or not it's not going, right? I mean, are we talking seconds? Are we talking minutes?
5 minute short. I mean, within 5 minutes, I'll know. I mean, probably in the first couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it don't take long. So look, if I get in something that starts chopping sideways, well, it depends really on what day too. Because if I hop in something that starts chopping sideways on Thursday or Friday, I'll cut it.
Yeah.
If it does it Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, I might hang there for a few minutes, but it's my stop's still relevant though.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it depends because the way I think is, man, this thing, it's breaking. And it's consolidated there for a few hours, or if it's on the 5 minute, consolidated for 30 minutes. That still should give me an equal size bar that's in the inside range. So probably I should get a bar, a push equal to the bar, the average size bar, and it needs to do it. It needs to do it now.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sometimes it'll push up, and then if it pushes up, it comes back and retests and bounces on there. Then I'll hold. As long as it holds support, as long as it holds the top of that pivot, I'm okay.
So when you go in the first 30 minutes, and let's say you got, you're playing 2 and 2, but then you're starting to see, when you see 2 5 minute candles that have wicks, is that trying to say you might start getting out? Meaning shooters.
Yeah, if I see any shooters, and also, I'm looking at candles. I'm looking at where they open. I'm looking at where they close. If I'm in something and I want to go long, but then it made a slightly lower high, then I'm on red alert. Even if it's a penny, if that wick that just forms a penny lower, well, let's look at Roku right here. Let's see if I can zoom in on. Maybe it'll let me. Well, here's an example. I'm just looking at candle wicks. It don't matter if it's inside, but it ain't gonna let me do it. See how these candle wicks, one started lower here, and this right here, I mean, it's just a few pennies lower. To me, that's a bearish signal.
Okay.
So if I hop in something, it's a break, and the next candle opens just a little bit below that, I'm scared.
Okay.
Like even here, see how this one opens just a little bit lower than this one. It just tells me there's automatic weakness.
And then the reverse side on the way up.
Yeah. So so this candle, made a higher high than this one. So that might be a bullish signal. Even, everything matters. A solid candle is stronger than one that's got a small wick on the top or the bottom. You know, even if it's just a penny wick. I
Right, so-
love solid red candles.
So go to the high right there. So you're not gonna know that pivot's there. That was drawn out, wait, 8 candles. So all of a sudden you made a higher high, but then you got a red candle. Is that like telling you, hey, let's, the first time you had some red?
If I'm taking the break or what do you mean?
No, let's say you're in the stock. and
Oh,
you're
yeah.
starting-
Yeah. So my stop may be right here, right on the base
Okay.
of this candle. Because now it's a 2-1-2 reversal. And I don't even care about that. It's, it's making a lower than this one. It depends, it depends too.
Do you ever compare, like, on that waterfall, if you sort of see those red candles, they're almost flat tops. Do you play much, thoughts of having red, flat tops on the top, as they're going down, but like it's, they're
Yeah,
not even trying to go high.
Yeah, I prefer them to be flat.
Yeah.
I'd
for a short.
rather, if I'm going short, I'd rather the wicks be a little bit longer on the top. It's just a better sign. But I like them to be solid. I like them to be just solid red if I'm going, short. This right here would scare me, that hammer on that downtrend, because that could be a sign of reversal. When I'm in a long position, might be a good tip. When I'm in a long position, I'll look at the 5-minute to add, but I don't look at it to stay in the trend. So I'm gonna be looking for reversals on the 15th. So once I get in this thing, the worst thing you can do is sit there and watch this 5-minute. So if you're brand new to trading, cover this thing up. Cover it up, because you'll set your stop so close you'll get stopped out instantly, and just because there's so much movement in this 5-minute chart. It'll like tear your nerves up. So, if I see a reversal signal on the 15, then I'm going to cut it. If I see a reversal here, I might let it hang a little bit longer.
Yeah, on that 5-minute chart, roughly between 12 and 13, do you ever pay attention where you see that it went up sort of so, like a V shape, that it's got a good chance of reversing, coming down, taking those pivots straight right back out since it went up so steep?
Yeah, that's a lot of magnitude there.
Because it seems they do that a lot whenever you
They
get
do.
those.
Yep, they do. Yeah, and that's just on the higher time. That's just a solid green and a solid red back through there. But it's a lower high too, so it's still bearish kind of. Roku's choppy, man. Here lately, I don't like Roku. I don't like it, and just look at it. It's just that you get so chopped up in this. You went long, thinking this thing gonna go long, you get stopped out, and you went short, you got stopped out, and then it goes inside, and then here's a big shooter, so you think it's gonna go down, and then it starts making higher lows. This is just ugly. This is Chop City here.
So from your experience, 2 questions. They're sort of related. At what point do you say, that's it, I'm not buying, no more in the morning? Do you think after an hour and a half, will you sort of shut it down?
Oh yeah. So there's like 3 days. There's 3 kind of trading days for me. It's the first day is like your strategy's working, everything's great. There's clear follow through, and that's the days you want to load up. You know what I'm saying? You want to take full advantage of it. And then the second kind of day is, there's some kind of pattern to it. You're getting, it's ups and then it's downs and stuff, but it's there's follow through with it. It's kind of choppy, but you can still make money on it. You want to, of course, shorten your position size and stuff like that, and then of course take profits quickly. And the third day is, the third day looks like Roku. There's no direction. You better just play one contract the whole day, or not trade at all. Like you can't, them kind of days, they're horrible. But I can tell in the first hour and a half what kind of day it's going to be. Yeah.
But do you, so the last question is, let's assume that, you got the morning run, you got the lunch. If you was to come back after your lunch, if you did, what time would you start looking to where you possibly get to where you get some reversals to go back up? It's about
2
an hour.
o'clock. 2
Pardon?
o'clock. 2 o'clock.
O'clock?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So here's the thing. 9:30 to 10 o'clock, I'm going to be scalping. After 10 o'clock, I'm going to be looking for holding stuff long. And then really between 12 o'clock and 1:30, there ain't really nothing going on. And then after 2 o'clock, it seems, okay, here's another thing. On a crappy day, on a number 2 or number 3 day, after 2 o'clock, things start to get a lot better. Like you'll see clear 2-2s and then, a clear uptrend or a clear downtrend. I don't know why they do that, but on a crappy day, the magic happens after 2 o'clock. Yeah, a lot of times I'll log off and then it's just after 2 o'clock, I see all these beautiful reversals. It's crazy.
When you're looking for a 2-2 reversal, are you spending more time looking at a higher time frame, like a 15-minute or a 30 or a 60? You want to see
Yep.
a 2-2 reversal versus a 5-minute. There's not enough to even think it's a reversal.
Yep. So after lunchtime, after like 1 o'clock, I'm looking strictly at 30-60s. That's it. I want to see the overall trend. So yeah, I'm strictly 30-60 because I've got more information on the day, and I'm looking for that solid 30-60 reversal. If it's on the 60, even better. Yeah, so 30-60 after 2 or after lunch.
I asked this question before, but I want to try and understand one last thing. So you first get in the morning, you see your first candle. Sometimes I've seen you get really excited and you go and get it. What on that 5-minute candle is giving you saying, hey, I'm going for it?
Pre-market.
Okay.
Pre-market. Yep. Or, this thing is breaking, it's looking really good on the higher time frames. So here's what made me go after it. All right, so we're pushing up on the month and the week, right? And then on the 4-hour, we have a clear uptrend, reversal uptrend. So we push up and then we pull back and then we push up and then pull back. And then, we're getting the same thing on the daily. So we're in a clear reversal to the upside. And then yesterday we had a red candle down. So that's the rest. And then the morning opens up and it breaks that pull back immediately. Man, I'll hit it because we're gonna get a big push. We're gonna take that push to continue pushing the upside. So I'm just
Okay.
taking that push. So like if this right here was the daily, or let's say this month chart was a daily chart. So if I come in, and we'll just say this is the daily of the 4-hour. So it's a reversal of trend here. And we're getting these pullbacks and they're just clean. So here's our second one. So we come in Monday and we got, I'm looking at this pullback, I'm saying? I'm not looking at this Monday, I'm looking at Tuesday. And I say, hey, yesterday, man, it pulled back, but it looks great on the month, the week, and the day. And the 4 hours telling us, yeah, we're in a, clear reversal on the upside. And it pulls back yesterday. And then this morning it's, strong and it's breaking this higher here. Then I will hit it and I'll take it long.
Yeah. So that was a little bit of, you had a little prep work that you knew.
Well, yeah, it all happens in just 20 seconds now. Just 20 seconds. I don't like search them out beforehand. This will pop up on my 10% scan or that 2-1 scan. Yeah.
So what on the pre-market are you looking? Are you looking to break the pre-market high or just break a pre-market candle or what?
Yeah. So on the pre-market, usually the pre-market is going to be my tickers or Rob's called something. Yeah.
And you wanted to take out the pre-market high to go.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I'm looking for, let's see if I can pull something up here. So all I'm doing is on the pre-market. Oh, here we go. I'm looking for, push up. So we'll just say this one right here is pushing up Monday or something, or Tuesday. And all of a sudden, we'll just pretend this whole thing's pre-market. So it pushed up, 4 o'clock, and all of a sudden it made a high here, but then it's chopping. Man, we can expect this thing, if it breaks, I'm going to be marking the 2502 here. And you can see it tested here, and then now it's chopping sideways again. I'm going to expect, I'm going to mark it. I'm also going to mark it right down here. I'm going to mark it, about midways down. So I'll put an alert on the low side. And the reason I do that is I mark the high and the low pre-market. If it breaks out here, this thing's gonna go because it's just a 2 inside up. Big old measure move here. But if it breaks to the downside, we can expect this to fill at least 50%. Now, usually, we're looking at $200 or $300 tickers, so this could be, a $20, $30 move. So I'm looking for at least 50% fill, if not all the way, because a lot of the times these big tickers, man, they gap up in the morning on good earnings or something or some kind of news. They'll feel 50%, and then turn around and go back high. So always be careful of that. Now that's why I prefer gap downs on big names over a gap up any day. Yeah, gap downs are more predictable.
So what would you tell some of the newer people here, your process? Let's assume you have some of your knowledge, because you're able to go in there and get it. But let's say a brand new day starts and they're looking to fish. What would you tell them to go fish to find something that's not, ninja style, but something that can give them, something to go for? What would you?
Consistent profits. I got it. So consistent profits. If you want the best of the best and the highest chance of success, it's easy. First off, only use. Well, first of all, you can use Rob's gap list, of course. Besides that, look for full time frame continuity green or red. You can use these two skins. You don't have to worry about anything else. Then what you're going to do is stick to only 30 and the 60-minute charts. By doing that, you're not going to take it the first trade until 10 o'clock. And then what you're going to do is you're going to stick to 2-2 with hammers. That's it. Or you can do a 2-1-2, but 2-2 with hammers money. So full time frame continuity to the upside. You're going to look for a 2-2 back into trend. So, if it's full time frame continuity, there's to the upside, we already know who's in control on the month, the week, the day, and the 60. So, let's say the 60's in conflict, right? Because that's what we really want. We want everything to be green except for the 60 or the 30. Because we want a pullback and we want to see it 2-2, especially if you can catch that 2-2 bouncing off a pivot high, right? Because really you don't know it, but it's just a retest, right? And then it goes, yeah. And then all you're doing is taking it right back to full time frame continuity on the downside, or back to the upside. So yeah, full time frame continuity, either up or down, and then stick to the 30-60 minute chart, and then trade 2-2s back in the trend. That's it. So you gotta do. Yeah. And then if you want to break it down, you really, even though everything's green, you really need to. It can kind of be misleading, because everybody says, "Oh, it's FTC green," and all these candles could be green, but still, it could be chopping sideways. So you really want to look at the month, the week, the day, and make sure that it is, price is pushing up. So, I first started the room, I'm like, always look for A+ setups. And an A+ setup is a pattern on the month and the week that is, it's easy to read and it's a clear pattern. So like right now, WBT, this is an A+ monthly and an A+ weekly. You can clearly see where price is. So it's pushed up and pulled back, pushed up, pulled back, and it's heading up. Look here, it pushed up, it retested, it's gone. A 10-year-old can read this. And that's an A++ setup is something, your kid can read. Like if you have to guess, I'm not trying to say anything bad about anybody, but if you have to get, and this is for me too, if you have to guess where price is, if you have to guess what it's doing, then just move on, because there's so many good tickers out there that are easy to read. So if you're like, oh, I want to trade this, it's FTC green, but you don't know where the hell it's at, then just skip it and then go to the next one. Because I guarantee you, there's going to be 30 more tickers that look just like this right here.
Would you recommend to the newer people on that weekly chart you have right there? Would you recommend to do the cradle trade or wait till the high of the TTO on the weekly?
On this weekly here?
Yeah.
Oh man, catch it as soon as it crosses right here at 2103.
Okay. So traditional strat.
Yes, with the 2-2s, traditional, 100%. Yep.
So I got a question about what you were just talking about.
What's that, brother?
I said, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
I said I got a question about what you were just talking about. So, because you were talking about only trading full time frame continuity if it's on the up or the down, and then also trading. So you're only looking at the 60 and 30. So, are you not looking at any other time frames while you're in the trade? And then how? And then my other question would be, like how would you know? Like where would you know to get out? You know what I'm saying? Do you use your markers to get out? Or
You can do a couple different things.
okay.
You can use Hakanashi. You can use a Hakanashi chart. There's the one I used to use all the time is in the Discord and scans, or you can use parabolic star. So a parabolic star is just I'll pull one up real quick. It's an indicator, and it tells you basically when you get in and out. It's just something. It just takes emotions out. When this thing crosses over, you sell. It's just that simple. It just takes anything you can do to take emotions out of something, then just do it. So whenever this thing crosses over, you just get out. Yeah.
When it crosses these dotted lines.
Yeah, whenever it crosses the dotted line is when you get out.
Okay.
So price goes down. As soon as the parabolic star crosses the top, you'll exit. So parabolic star, I did a lot of research on it. This will keep you in the trend just as much as Hakanashi. So downtrend, as soon as it crosses, then you'll get out. I think I read that right. It's been such a long time since I've used it.
Yeah.
Okay. So price. Okay, yeah. So whenever it crosses, when you get out.
Yeah.
So price is in the uptrend. It stays underneath it. As soon as it crosses the upside, like immediately exit.
What about a strat reversal signal?
Okay, reversal signal.
Yeah. So, I mean,
What was the other one that you had said?
gosh.
You said
Oh,
Fibonacci.
Hakanashi. Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
Hot.
Yeah, it's Hakanashi. So what you do is you go to, let me show you. Go to your settings. You can make your own. So detach one of your charts. Go to appearance, candles, Hakanashi. Apply. Okay. So the Hakanashi, it simplifies it. It kind of cuts out a lot of the noise. They open and close differently. They open and close in the middle. But you can see how clean this chart is. If you use just this right here. Now, the only thing that it's good for in my eyes is just staying the trend longer. So anytime price crosses, like say if you're going short here, whenever price crosses the top, so you're going to trail on the top of these candles, and when price crosses the top, you exit. So you're in it to here because this candle here crossed the trend.
And actually, when you play
You said
HA,
that candle crossed the trend.
Yeah, right.
yeah,
This
yeah.
candle here.
But basically,
Okay.
you play the color. Once the color changes, is when you get out.
So your stops here, 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 here. You're moving your stop down, you're trailing it.
Uh-huh.
And then this candle here, green one there, wicked above
Because
this one.
right. And that's where you get out.
That's
right.
when you're
Okay.
stopped out, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I used to use that a lot. It helps you a lot, like you said, keeps you in the trend. Because what
Yeah.
it does, it opens up 50% of the prior range. That's where the candle opens at.
And I can use that on like you said, trading if I'm trading on the 30 and 60.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
I would recommend if you're trading 30-60, you want to keep this on 5. 15's better. But some of these candles, sometimes these candles, they can be can be a lot of range in here. Okay. On the 5 minute, the range ain't as wide. So, if price was a reverse here, you might get back a little bit more. But as far as keeping the trend, I mean, this will keep you the trend 20-30% longer. And you'll see a lot of
Okay.
tickers, man, where it's just
Yeah,
solid red or green.
Yeah. And you said had that on the, you used to have it on the 5, but the 15-minute is better.
15 minutes better, but if you're just starting out and you just want to take profit, you want to take profits. The thing with the 5 minute is you're going to see more pullbacks, so you really need to kind of look at what price is doing on the actual 5 minute chart. The 15, a lot of times the pullbacks won't even register, so you don't have to worry about it. So 15-minute is a lot better than 5.
Okay.
It's
So
just,
right here's NVIDIA on the daily. These are just the TTOs on the daily.
yeah, and a good thing to do back when I was doing it 2 years ago is you could keep one chart with an HA and one with traditional ones, and you can sort of just learn from one. So eventually you can get off the HAs.
Yeah. Look here, if you got a NVIDIA on the daily at 491, you wouldn't have got stopped out until 622. That's a big old move. Right now, NVIDIA's is in an uptrend, so I mean, it can still go. Look, I mean, when it breaks this pivot here, my gosh, it can do it this week. We're waiting on it too. We're waiting on this break.
And really, those strike candles don't mean anything at that point, right, Jerry?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. And so this is just to keep you in the trend. Yeah. But yeah, it pushes, it starts trading sideways here. So this is, I mean, all this is a 212 here. Everything's 212 really. Over here it starts as a 2. It goes inside. And then it goes 2. And then all this is inside. I guess you could do a 2 and then a 2 down. And then inside, then 2 back up. There's 212 continuations and 2 and really this is just a compound inside bar, but it's huge. Because all this is just trading inside a bigger candle. So if you imagine this is all this is one candle here, all this is inside of it. So all these candles are inside this one candle here. But so we can trade this inside candle because there's, there's over $100 in range here. Yeah. And it's clean. I mean, this price action is so clean.
Jerry,
Yeah.
how much of an eye do you have on the volume?
What's that?
How much of your eye do you have on the volume?
I'm sorry. I can't understand you. How much
Are you keeping an eye on the volume? Are you watching the volume?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I just now turned my earphones up. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah, I keep an eye on the volume. Usually I'm looking at volume when I'm day trading. So I'm really looking at volume during these pullbacks and stuff too. Because I'm trying to determine if it's a pullback or reversal.
And what indicators would you suggest to watch that? Like I've heard a lot of using the volume profile and VWAP, and I'm not familiar with all those.
I would just stick with just a volume profile. Like here's what I got. I use this every single day. And this indicator, I can share it in chat, but it just tells you average 30 days. It tells you the current day's volume, the last 30 bars, and then it tells you the current bar. It tells you, the candles are green and red. It tells you who's in control in the current candle. But I like it because, say the average 30 days is trading 7 million shares a day. And then, today you come in, at 9:30 and 10 o'clock and it's, already reached its amount of shares or the volume. Then, there's some kind of news or something going on with it. And when a lot of people step in, it can make these tickers move a whole bunch. So it just tells you, hey, something's happened here and we need to pay attention. So that's why I like volume. VWAP, a lot of people use VWAP. I've got it on the chart. I stuck on here maybe last week, just kind of seeing what it does. But if it, if it don't help me, I'll probably just take it off because I like to keep my charts as clean as possible.
Well, the only thing's nice with VWAP, Jerry, is that one thing I've studied is look at that stock. you see the slope of VWAP, that means they're buying. When it's flat, you usually get a doji and it's doing nothing.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So-
Yeah,
so
Big
the-
D, he liked them. He liked V1. A lot of people like V1.
Yeah, but that slope helps you a lot. It tells you sort of the trend, what it's doing.
So Corey, when it's upward sloping, people are buying, and when it's downwards, people are selling.
Yeah, and when it's flat, stay out, it's chopped.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the best way that I've used it. And a lot of times you'll find out when it's a strong stock, it'll come back to VWAP in an uptrend and bounce off it and get bought and go up. Or if it's coming from the bottom, it will come up, hit VWAP and reverse and go back down.
Gotcha. Yeah, on the video, these last 3 days here, it was kind of sideways.
Yeah, when it's sideways, you stay out of it. See how it's chopped?
Yeah. And there too. Yeah.
So it just gives you an extra tool. And you know, that's a live, you know, index. It's volume weighted average price and it's live. So it's not a moving average. It's literally what's weighted against price with the volume.
Oh, here's something else I've been experimenting with for a couple of weeks now, and that's Tim might want to add this to a study or something. If you go long, this is tick and trend, but if you're gonna go long, you really want tick around 400 or 500, and then trend is best if it's around 90.90. Seems like there's higher success when those, you know, if you're gonna go long on a pivot break or something, it's best when the tick is around that range, it seems. So that's something I notice every time, you know, I'm looking at that just to see kind of where price is on this breaks on the ones that move the most. I'm taking notes and stuff, so I'm always trying to improve my strategy. And I keep journals and stuff like that too. So there's a lot of stuff I do behind the scenes.
You're not gonna be happy until you're at 100% success rate on every trade, right?
I want to be as good as I can be, and then I want to give it away. I want to share everything I know, man. Like I don't want to put something out there and not know everything I can know about it.
You give
Like,
us
I
the
wanna
scan
know
for that
everything
ticker
about it.
trend.
What's that?
I think, can we get that scan for that ticker? I mean, for the, you know, the for that. And then you said the trend needs to be around 4.
Tick needs to be at least, it needs to be around 500. So the tick and trend, you know, if you ever heard Rob, he's always talking about, man, if you can know the tickers, the twos that are advancing or the twos that are declining, you know, you would know what the overall market's doing. So the tick is just an advanced decline, and it tells you how many tickers in the NASDAQ's moving up and how many's moving down at the moment. And the trend
you
is
know-
kind of like fear index.
You know, Jerry, there's a guy that's out by me, by Santa Barbara. He has access to all the data. If you look at it, his handles HFT alert on Twitter, and he has all the stuff telling you all the ones that went up and down. He's got the buys, he's got the sells. He sells it. It's pretty expensive, but he at least publishes stuff and shows you. You should look at it sometime because it just tells you exactly what's going on.
HFT alert. Is he does he do live data?
Yes, everything's live. I mean, that's the best stuff. If you ever got it, we should get everyone to pitch in and get it for you. That he used to work at the Denver Stock Exchange, and he has the direct feed straight to the exchange. And it tells you everything. That minute, who's buying, who's not, everything. But you'll see it. It's at HFT alert. Look them up. That he has to see that's the secret.
Well, the secret is that there's a Denver Stock Exchange too, because I never knew that.
No, well, he's not at it anymore, but he has the direct feeds to New York, and he wrote an algorithm that tells you at that second who's buying, who's selling. He's got everything, to show you. You have to go through a whole class with him.
Yeah. Hey, okay, so in the chat, I posted that tick and trend study, if anybody wants it. And Leslie, hey, Tim, was it you that made the video on how to set automated orders?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You might need to answer her question because this guy knows it. He's even made a video on how to do it.
What was the question? I missed it. Oh, it's
Uh,
written down here in the chat here.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
a perfect man for that.
Came in on my time zone messed up. The basic question. Can you set an automated order to buy or sell an option once the ticker reaches a certain stock price? Absolutely. You can actually enter a conditional order that not only triggers you in when a strat signal hits, you can also include a stop loss and magnitude. So you could just put it on. I mean, you can automatically just let it trigger and walk away and come back later on and see how much money you closed out for. It'll all do it for you.
Yeah, it takes emotions out.
In fact, I think, Jerry, I think Big D posted it in the, what do you call it? Discord. I got a hard time remembering that name, that word, Discord. But I think it's in there somewhere. My
Yeah.
video.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think it's in the resources.
Yeah, resources. That's it.
So Corey, how do you do your stops and stuff?
What do you mean?
Like you set your stops kind of tight, or you set them? You have a certain or trailing
Yeah,
stops?
well,
or?
yeah, I mean, options, absolutely. I do a little bit of stock. You don't do stock. So I give the stocks a lot more room. Like I say, I'm looking more for uptrends like you. But I give them a lot more room. I do both. I'm not quite as fast as you are, and that's why I'm asking some of those questions. I see what you're doing. I'm just trying to replicate what you're doing. I went out for, some of the stuff that you did. I didn't do NVIDIA, and, I looked at, options at different strike prices on NVIDIA. Like, let's say you got a 650 strike on Friday, you could have bought 8 for 18 cents and sold for 245.
Mhm.
A 625, you could have had a 263 and sold for 25.18. So it's just, and those are the highs and the lows, but trying to, see the risk and return on some of the stuff.
And that's the thing. Some of them kind of spreading. They're just. I tell you another one. UHS, man, it's really making some moves. It's gonna make some really big moves this month. It's spreading. LCRX has been a big mover this month, and it's spreading.
Well, I did a inside scan, and UNH and Anthem, they're
Yeah,
both in the
UNH.
same industry, are inside weeks. And then the other central theme was Cummings really moved, CMI, CAT, and
John Deere.
and DE. So I got those three just as inside weeks.
Yeah, UNH is really setting up.
Yeah, I was looking at that one. That one could have like a 50, 100 point move based off the pivot if it gets going.
Yeah, right now it's stuck inside, but I've got a feeling it's gonna be breaking out of. First, it'll break out of this 419, then it'll see 425, and then it's just gonna be. It's gonna be a ripper.
But I think everything you've done is great, but I think the greatest invention you've done in the strat, and I really believe, I don't think Rob knew it, was your 212. That is just, compound 212.
That's just. And a lot of times you can see it on the higher time frames, but when you really dial down and you can see exactly where price is. And I say price is in relation to the overall trend. You can really see, if you can compound these bars, you can actually see. You can kind of see into the future. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of see exactly what price. You can see where it's going. You know what I'm saying? You can see where it's going. It's telling you where it's going.
Exactly. I mean, that's the best, I think. And I think that's what gives you so much courage to go in and get some of the stuff you're going, because you're seeing that 212 compound.
Yeah. If you see something pushing up and all of a sudden it's pulled back, these patterns repeat over and over and over, and that's what I'm saying. If the higher time frame, say the month and the week and the day, is just like a perfect chart, I mean, you kind of know where it's going. If you look at HD and stuff a while back, I mean, on the daily, I mean, Look, this is A plus plus. Look, and the thing is, it's pushing up, but you're getting these pullbacks on the way up, so it's not overextended. On the weekly it looks extended. You know what I'm saying? But on the daily, it's clearly, it's clearly taking a rest on the way up. And then right here, it's pushed up. Here's the big rest, right? And then it comes, and then it TTOs and goes right back up. And then it fails, it shoots, it does a shooter, and then, as soon as it crosses below this, that's a reversal. So anytime something does a 2 up, 2 down, I mean, it's gone. And this thing went outside, and that's all she wrote for a while. But, all right, it's red on the month. It's inside right now in the week, right? It just made a lower high, or made a higher low. But if you look on the 4 hour, if this thing, if this was just a major TTO here on HD, let's see. All right, so it pushes up, pulls back, pushes up, pulls back, pushes up, bigger pullback, right? So this thing, if it wants to, it starts to come back up. If it's going to come back up, you're going to see it on this 4 hour first. You can see it starting to curl up, right? So it's making higher highs on the 4 hour, right? So if it got up to here, I'm going to alert set. If it gets up to here, then I'm going to start looking at it to go long again. And then it has this huge red candle over here. So, once it crosses here, I'm going to be looking to take it long up to here. Because in reality, this is one big candle here. And on the big red candles, I don't like, guessing where the bottom is, but I like to take it when they're at least 25% above the base of these candles. And same thing for sure. I want it to be 25% below the top.
Would
also-
you have drawn the 2 all the way up to where the green candles stopped?
Oh yeah, here.
No, but below it from the bottom, from the red
Oh, yeah,
pivot all the way up to the first green candle, or do you go all the way to the high and then treat it as inside?
Yeah, so it'd be the 2 would start over here, and then it goes inside, and then it goes out. And look here, it's actually
Okay.
it don't have to come all the way back down here to be a retest. So it finally breaks out. It could just do this right here, going. Because look, there's no way in hell the HD is going to die. You know what I'm saying? There's just no way. I mean, look at wood prices. This thing's dying.
Well, and then like I was telling before you came on, I trade HD a lot, and you're doing straight technical. I also do a little fundamental. If you look at this time of the year, we're getting ready to hurricane season. So I'd always buy calls for September, in anticipation that we're going to get hurricanes coming up, and you buy cheap now, where all of a sudden that stuff starts running into September, through hurricane.
Exactly. They're not gonna, I mean, they ain't going nowhere. So let's pull Fib up here. So right now it's bouncing from the low to the high. It's bouncing right at 38.2. So we can expect this thing to, this is from here to here. That's one big leg up. That's $100 move, almost to the penny. Right, 245 to 345. That's $100 move. And for fib levels, you want to see a bounce on 23 to 38. So when I say I want to take a candle, short, if it's 25% below the top, or I'll take it long if it's 25% above the bottom, and it has to do with these fib levels. Right? I don't ever want to trade anything that's smack dab inside a compound 2 or a mother bar. I'd rather it be closer to the top or the bottom. But this to me is nothing but just a major pullback.
But on that 38.2 fib, you're assuming you like going long at that place, and below down at the 28, you like going short below that.
Yeah. So if this is just a big bar here, then if it went, so this right now can go either way. If price crosses here, I'll go short.
Yeah.
If price goes here, I'm gonna go long.
Yep.
Yeah. 100%. Yep. Now, I think it's going to do this. I think it's going to go to the moon. I don't think they're going to let this thing die. I don't think they're going to do it. But overall, this is just a 2 here. And then it chopped sideways. See, it's just perfectly chopped. It expanded. I know I'm scribbling everywhere, but you know, price did expand here. This chop. But it just did a 2. And then it goes inside. All this is just inside. And then it just shoots up.
Yeah, what did it have, like about 6 months of consolidation or 5 months?
Yeah, yeah. And the longer the consolidation, the bigger break. So you see, you know, here's that thing too. When it comes up, I mean, this right here, this trend line comes all the way across. But this is that pattern I've been noting. I've been wanting to, I'm starting to catch these things lower down on the 4 hour. But anytime, whenever it starts to break the pivot, you'll see huge volume as it comes up. Like, so what I'm, you know, the patterns I'm seeing is we can, you know, there's a greater chance of success of this break and a future break if we get massive volume on the way up. And this happens on the 4 on the daily. You'll see, you know, because as I get an alert, I send an alert at the top of the break, right? And I just wait on the trade to come to me. But you know, say I get an alert and it says, hey, it's broken the pivot. I go and look at it on the 4 hour on the daily. Well, it just had a huge green bar come all the way up. And that's what you see right here. You know, you see a big, huge, you know, well, it's 3, you know, it's 3 wick bars, but you know, it made a massive move up. Then it broke with no hesitation. These are solid green. There's like hardly no wicks on these. There's a Momo hammer. So, you know, there's a small rest before going higher. It's just a pattern I've been picking up on is a lot of times you'll see a lot of volume and then the break, but huge consolidation and then a big break. I mean, it's a pretty good size break there.
But that break right there, it seems like, you know, you took it, but it seems like it's sort of dirty going to, the easy was below the line, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We would have caught this on the way up too. Yeah, 2 down, 2 up. And how we would have got in this is on the 4 hour. Because on the 4 hour, you know, we would have known about this a long time ago. So we don't have to wait till it crosses here because we already know about it on the 4 hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's move this. Let's look at the 4 hour. I know, you know, it's in a downtrend right now, but the 4 hour tells a story. So 4 hour, 3-1. Half a dollar, 8. So 3-8. Here's our bounce, right? So if this is the bottom here, here's the first pullback and it goes, right? And then we're gonna wait on at least a second pullback, and then it's just, you know, straight up from there. Yeah. And that price is 268. Right here. So sometimes, you know, if you take the 2-2 according to strat, you know, a lot of times you'll keep going. But man, me personally, I don't like to guess if that's the bottom. I gotta see this at least 2 pullbacks on the way up.
And that's your
Because
that's your real meat and potato, just like on the weekly, when you see that hammer coming off that pivot,
yes,
that's what
sir.
gets you going.
Yeah. And you know, I don't like to guess if this is the bottom, and here's why. Say price, you take it when it comes here, right? According to strat, your target's here. But you know, this could come down. This could just be a pullback to the downside.
Right.
You know, there could be profit taken before it goes lower. But you know, if you see it pushing, and you come down here and you say, hey, here's a pullback, it goes sideways, now it's breaking up, then we know it's, you know, it's on its way to the top. And that's what happens. So I'd rather give up $3 or $4 and be reassured that, hey, this is a reverse off the base and it's gonna go. You know, whereas, you know, the people, if you take, you know, straight, and I'm not saying it don't work on the lower time frames, you know, it does work. But you know, I want to be sure that it is, because sometimes you can get in it and it could just, you know, go right back down. But yeah, I love 2-2 with hammers, bounce off pivots, or a shooter, bounce off pivot high. trend. Trend is like, let's see. Tick is advancing decline. So right now it's 195. So there's 195 tickers that was advancing before market close. And then trend is like a fear index. It needs to stay around 0.9, kind of like VIX, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, they got a definition in Google under Wikipedia.
Do you have any certain any strats signals that you like, Corey, or anybody else?
I mean, I knew the Strat. You just, basically put me on steroids with Strat.
Strat's pretty good. I like Strat. When I first started trading, and still, in the first 30 minutes a day, I still look at individual candles. Don't get me wrong. The 2-2s, I'm still looking at those as individual candles in the 30-60. But to capture these big old moves, I'm really looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah, I keep repeating, but your 2-1-2 is just money.
I like it. So here's on HD, it's expanded here. Sometimes it'll expand just like this. So, it makes a high and it comes back through and it starts going down. I don't know why it does that, but it does. It's expanding. It just started over. So all price action did was start over here. From here. I'm not explain it, but it does. Crazy. You can see it. The more you watch these charts, like you need to know the strat and everything else, but you really need screen time too. There's a lot of stuff that you can pick up on. The way price moves.
Do you watch Rob's video once a day? His Strat report.
I used to, but I haven't done it in the last month or so.
No.
I probably need to. There's a lot of good stuff on there.
Yeah, there's always I always find some nugget he says each day that I never thought of.
Yeah, very smart guy.
Yeah. I think, like I say, I keep repeating it, but Rob invented the Strat, and you're the best at trading the Strat.
We do what we can. I love it. I tell you what, man, that's so good. I traded so many different strategies before with just no luck whatsoever, and the Strat has really just simplified it, and Rob made it to, so people can expand on it, make it better. And that's, I like to think that I'm trying to expand and make it better. I don't think some people like change sometimes, but it's how we evolve. Otherwise, we'd still be in horse and buggies. People didn't, want to go faster.
Hey, Jerry, you should write a book.
What should it be called?
I don't know, Jerry the Shadow Man.
Oh, the big old book.
The big, hey,
No.
If you look at this scan right here, see what it says? Big old noob. That was me. That was my username.
Yeah, you should call it. You should call it the Big O's 2-1-2 moves.
Yeah, I was big on it when I first started, man. I was big on it. I just changed that about 4 or 5 months ago to Big O Moves. Yeah, that was me. I started March of last year. That was me right there.
I used to see you all the time on Rob's service as Def.
Oh yeah,
1776.
Till death.
And I didn't know that was you until you said it like a few weeks ago. I was like, oh shit, how about that?
Yeah, that's me. Are you still on there? You still gonna?
No, I decided to follow this other guy. He's much better. Teaches me how to fish.
There's more stuff.
That'd be
He
you.
does good. I mean, there's good stuff in his room.
Oh, he's great. I'm not knocking him at all. He's fantastic. But
Yeah.
like Corey keeps saying, you teach us how to fish, and that's golden. That's key right there.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
appreciate it.
a lot of times when the range is expanding, where you barely take out the the high, and then you turn around and reverse. You know, Rob says you defend it. Well, I mean, it's easy to say, what do you mean defend it? I mean, Jerry's gonna show you, here's how you defend it, right? Here's what I do, defend it. So it's easy to say defend it, but he never shows you really, you know, how do you defend it? How far do you let it defend?
Yeah. Yeah, he tells you what you need to do, but he don't show how to do it. And that's one of the things, you know, that's why I do what I do, because when I first started the strat and trading period, or, you know, just trading in general, you know, there was somebody showing you how they did it and what they were doing, like, you know, in real time. They could say, hey, well, this happened and I did this, but you know, you can look at bars that are forming versus bars that are formed, and you can't see the whole picture. That's like when I traded 212, and it's, you know, now you're looking at just 222. You just, you know, you're missing it.
You're right. And I had made a comment on Twitter a few months ago, and I had said something simple like, hey, everybody shows videos after the fact. Is there anyone that could show a video during a trade to show us? You know, and everybody gave thumbs up for it and everything like that, but there was nothing. And shortly thereafter, I found you, and I was like, this is exactly what I've been missing.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of like, you know, I'm changing the topic, but sort of related. It's like and I feel sorry for Jerry. Like one guy in the room says, "Can you post your trade?" It's like, hell, the trade's over by the time he posts it. I mean, you're late. You're late to game, so you can't. You got to be live or you miss it, unless it's just trending like crazy.
Yeah. Now sometimes I try to, you know, say, hey, you know, I try to make more effort to do stuff like, hey, if it breaks 373.07, we're going to get in or something. But, you know, sometimes it's just like you don't have enough time. Especially if I send an alert, and the alert might be 10 cents before pivot break, and then, you know, you know, by the time I look at the higher time frames, you know, the move is triggered and I got to get in. So I try to give it a little bit of advance.
Yeah, I don't even know how you do it, how you trade, interpret, and then try and put the alert out there. My God.
That's great. I used to put out alerts in the Discord too.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it.
That was hard. That was hard. I haven't done that in a while. Izzy used to do it for a while. He quit doing it, which I don't, you know, it was great that he did it.
Is Izzy Big D?
No, Izzy was, he's on Twitter.
Okay.
I haven't talked to him in a while.
I haven't seen Big D in the room.
No, right either. He's on Twitter, and once in a while he's posting Rob's gap list and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. He was doing his own thing for a while. He does musical or production and stuff like that. He was getting pretty busy with that. So
Yeah, it seemed like his favorite two stocks he liked trading was SPY and Snow.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah, he loves snow. Yeah. Yeah, good money. Now Big D, he came from Ticker Talker. He might still be there. I'm not sure. You probably seen him in Ticker Talker, Ken.
Hey,
Yeah, I remember seeing him.
Hey, Jerry, not to change, I mean, sorry, changing the topic,
That's
but
all right.
how did that waiter act when you left him that tip? Did you see his face?
I didn't see him. I walked out before I got to see him. Yeah, yeah. So I gave the Tesla money away. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw.
I
And it
gave
was a
one. I gave one contract away. I didn't give both of them, but I did give one.
Yeah, but that was awful nice of you. You had to, you only spent $30, gave him $970 tip.
Yeah, it was carry out. So I'm sure he was happy about it.
And didn't have to do anything.
Didn't have to do nothing. Didn't have to do nothing. But you know, a lot of places they're not like, well, they're seeing people, but they don't do much carry out stuff. And the guy was running the bar, so it didn't look very busy. So he probably appreciated it. I guess I don't know. He may have not. But probably did though.
Jerry, everything about you is class.
Well, I appreciate that. I try to be. I'm thinking about doing something in the room, like maybe once a month, giving something away, just for the hell of it. You can add to your account or do whatever you want to do with it. Like
Big old prize wheel. Just get a big wheel and spin it. Big old prize.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. We'll have to come up with some way to do it as a whole. I don't know how to do it. We can talk about it. Whether it's computer, picked, or
But Jerry,
Joe or something
when you have
like that.
chance tomorrow, look up that guy, HFT Alert. You'll see stuff you've never seen before.
I'm definitely gonna check them out. Yeah, I'm always looking to improve. I'm still reading, I still read books and stuff every day. So I'm always looking. Like if somebody come out with a strat or something strat related, if somebody come out with a new Benzinga video, I'm gonna watch it. You know what I'm saying? If there's something I can pick up on to add to my strategy, I'm gonna do it. And I'm
He's
looking. I'm
got-
always looking to it.
He's got something better than cumulative tick. So he'll show the divergent range, and he's gonna say, you think they're buying? No, they're selling. And you think you're crazy, the market's going. Sure enough, 2 or 3 hours, that thing tanks like hell. So he's got all the insight of knowing what the dark pools and everyone's doing
Really?
before everything is shown.
Is he mostly day trading or swing?
Either. But
That's
he's
pretty cool.
got a full website. He's the real McCoy.
Well, somebody was talking about the level 2. Like I've always known that they could put orders in, and right before they fill, they get rid of them. Like they're making you think that the market's going one way, and it goes the other way. They're just kind of tricking you, really. I don't know too
Yeah.
much about it, but I heard some people talking about it.
Yeah, Gary was saying that, something about the order flow.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, and I kind of see where these institutions and stuff. I understand why they want to hide their stuff. I mean, you look at Kathy Woods, and there for a while everything she bought tanked, and everything, and then she sold and it would go up, just like Piton right now.
Well, if you ever look at the after hours, you look at SPY and you look at the Qs and you see those big spikes, but basically that's the dark pools posting their information. I mean, they get like 12 or 24 hours that they have to post. So hell, we have to show our trades, but they don't show theirs.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm going to cut out for the night. Just thank you guys, everybody. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate the all the time and wisdom.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah,
you. Sorry that got here so late.
Yeah, we better let you go, Jerry. It's awful late for you.
I know. I feel bad that I didn't get here earlier, though.
It's okay.
That's
You,
okay.
you came in. Thanks for, sorry if I was a machine gun asking so many questions.
Oh, it's all right. Hey, that's why I'm here. Like, I don't care to answer questions. I could talk about trading all day, so I love it. I mean, you get paid to do what you like to do. I mean, it don't get no better than that.
Yeah, you're a machine, but I guess I'll let you go. I don't know if anyone else saying, but I appreciate all that you've done and you've done from the past. You continue doing, and you're just an awesome man.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and so are you. I mean, there's a lot of good people here. I mean,
Oh, there's tons of people, everyone in the room.
Yeah,
I mean, you fostered an awesome environment with just quality people.
yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, everybody's always. I mean, there's always. It's just a good community altogether. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of good people here.
It sort of starts off like a football team. You got a good coach, he knows how to coach, gets all the players all in line.
Yeah. And then we all start, finding the same stuff and making a lot of money, and then it's just, a big team. Then we all have a office penthouse, and then we're just making a bunch of money together. All right.
But
We all
you know,
get sponsored by Nike.
Oh yeah, Nike. Yeah, and Red Bull.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, no.
but I think the reason why you're so good, I was telling people before you came on, is that it's like when you look at the Super Bowl or the World Series or whatever sport, the teams that are left last, why are they so good? It's because they execute the fundamentals the best, and it's sort of like trading. You got great fundamentals, and that's why you're executing them, and that's why you're so successful at it.
Yeah, thank you. I try to see, I really try to see the bigger picture. I really do. And I'm telling you, if you could just practice compound and seeing these and seeing, because on the 5, 15, 30, 60, 2 15s is 130 bar, 2 30s is a 160, 4 15s is a 60. All you're doing is combining these to see what they make. And you need to be able to do it pretty quick. And by also practicing, seeing the trend in one candle, you can really see what's going to happen next. You can really see the future. I say that, but you really can. That's how I'm able, to see. I'm not right all the time, but I'm right quite a, I'm right quite a bit because I can kind of see what price is going to do, and that's why I like the perfect charts on the monthly, weekly, because it just makes it easy to read. It's all it's doing. You just seeing a pattern, and if it's pulling back consecutively and it's consistent, then it should push up through the next pullback, and that's just really all we're doing. And we're catching on a lower time frame as it starts to push back through. So we got clear targets and everything else. It's once you get the hang of it, it's really easy. I know it looks complicated, but it's really not.
Did you figure out the pushback, pullback, or did you learn that from some video?
What is that?
Push up, pull back, push up, pull back. I thought
Oh,
that was
no.
quite.
I might have seen that somewhere else, but I've just practiced drawing them. Yeah, just practice drawing them, and I think it's important to be able to draw them. I might have heard somebody else talking about that. I'm not really sure. Yeah. So yeah, price just. Oh yeah. So the way I look at these tickers is it like the way I see them as it's kind of like a living thing, and it breathes. So it breathes in, then it breathes out, and then after a long run, it needs a rest. So these breaks are very healthy. And something else is a break, a rest, a consolidation, a range. Every bit of it's inside. It's all inside. It's all one. That's all it is. It's a rest before the next big leg up. That's all it is. Yeah.
Well, it's sort of like if you're out the ocean, it's sort of ebb flow. The waves come in, the waves go out. Waves come
That's
in,
it.
waves go
You're
out.
exactly right. It's just waves. It's just waves. All this, and like I said, we can trade it inside. We can trade the wave, the inside, as long as it's as long as the wave's big enough. As long as there's 10, 20, $50, inside the range, we can trade it. But you don't want to trade it inside if it's on the 15, 30, or 60, because the wave is so small, you will get ate up. You will just get chopped to pieces because there's no range. It's just chopping sideways. So an inside on a smaller time frame is just pure chop. You will get ate up. So I hear some traders saying, "Well, you can't trade the inside bar. You can't trade a mother bar," and then they trade it. So how are you saying you can't do that when you're doing it yourself? You clearly can if you know what you're doing. Because look, I see huge red and green bars, man. My eyes light up because I know I'm fixing to make a lot of money. So I can trade them. You might not be able to trade them. Some of the top traders might not be able to trade them. I can trade them all day long because there's a bunch of stop orders set on them, and they're really tight. So I love them.
But Jared, I'll let you go. You have a great evening. It's really like 1 o'clock your time. Oh,
Yeah, it's all right. I'll sleep in the morning. I probably won't sleep in the morning. I'll probably still be up about 6. But yeah, so another thing I used to do was when I first was learning the strat. I know everybody's gonna go, but I would take when I was driving. I would turn his videos on YouTube on, because he's got thousands of videos. Rob does, and I would just let him play, and I would just listen to him. I wasn't able to see what he was talking about, but I would be able to listen to what he's talking about, and that helped a lot. And then practice drawing these charts, and you really need screen time. You got to see a lot of this stuff that I picked up on was just from watching how the market reacted. These just like the VIX, just how the VIX have been doing the last couple of weeks, or how price moves and the liquidity breaks and stuff like that. That's just tricks that the market makers use to shake you out, and then the trend continues. So, and also just like the gamma spikes and stuff. It's crazy. And there's nothing new on the market. There's nothing, I might have discovered it on my own, but somebody else has discovered it probably 100 times before me. I don't know. I guarantee they have. There's nothing new. But a lot of times if somebody has something that works, they don't share it. You know what I'm saying? So
I know.
if you gotta, I mean, it's just, that's just how it is. No,
Hey, there was someone in the room asked something about TTO. Maybe you can, on chart, just re-explain and reinforce TTO to them.
oh yeah, so a triangle layout, it's just basically a pullback, but really all it's doing is taking out the stop before taking back off. Sort of find one quick. So a TTO is basically, it's called a triangle layout. Oh yeah, Pepsi's getting ready to break too. This one here. It's not that pretty, but it's one. So a TTO, all it is just it's just a pullback. So price goes up, and then you have a pullback, and then it goes up again. So when price crosses this high here, it forms a triangle. So it just triangles it out. So it's just taking out these prior stops before going back up. And they have them going, they're going down today. There's one. Here's one. And then the price drops sideways. So there's a TTO. There's a TTO. So really, this is a 2. And then it goes sideways. That's an inside. And then it goes back up. Just a 2-1-2 reversal. Yeah.
So for me with those TTOs is
Mhm.
like, how do I know? I've said it before, but when it's a TTO or when it's a reversal, so I know I'm starting to get an understanding, like if the trend prior to the TTO is strong on the whichever direction it's going in, more than likely it will probably reverse. But if it's the trend before the TTO is kind of choppy, it may not reverse. It may not be a TTO, but an actual reversal.
A TTO is basically, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but a TTO is basically it's basically profit taking or a pullback or a dip. Do you know what a dip and a pullback is, right?
Yeah, so I understand that part, but it's to determine whether or not it's an actual TTO or a reversal.
Okay, gotcha. That's always a $1 million question to me. So there's a book in resources about Ann Coulier, and she talks about volume analysis. And in the book, it talks about how you can tell the difference between a reversal and a pullback. And during a pullback or a TTO, you want to see volume decrease as they take profits. And if it's a reversal, you'll see volume start to increase as people start to sell.
Right.
But
yeah, I remember you saying that. I have to finish that book. Well, I'm so busy with work, but I have to finish that book.
But they say the trend is your friend, but on a pullback, you got to be careful. You want to see, of course, you want to see if you're long, you want to see it continue to make higher highs. But the thing is, when you're in a trade, don't be looking at the 5-minute. Look for the easiest thing to do is when you're in it, you can take the trade on a 5-minute, right, from the 30 or 60-minute signal. But once you're in it, don't look at the 5-minute at all, because you'll put your stop so tight, you'll stop out and the trend will continue. So look for a reversal on the 15. So once you're in the trade, only look at the 15-minute chart. Don't look at the 5-minute at all. Just cover it up, get rid of it, because there's too much volatility on the 5-minute. There's too much movement. You see what I'm saying? So if it's going to reverse, it's going to happen. Look for it to happen on the 15, because you're going to wear yourself sick looking at the 5-minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I do see the 5-minute it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, don't look at it. I'm telling you, that was one of my biggest problems when I first started trading. Is look at that 5-minute, because I'd be like, oh man, it's reversing. Let's put my stop tight, and then it stopped me out. So now I'm looking at the 15 for any kind of signal to get me out. Yeah, so 5-minute, I'm looking at to enter, and I'm also looking at it to add, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, so because the pullbacks are gonna be a lot smaller on the 15 than they would be on the 5-minute. And on the 15, you might not even see the pullback at all. Like you would see, you could see 2 or 3 on the 5-minute, but you might not see any of them on the 15.
Well,
And that's a good thing if you want to stay in.
Nice.
shouldn't you also see that on the HAA candles, Jerry, right? I mean, if you stay in the trend, as long as it stays that color until it changes.
Yeah, exactly. So once you're in something, I mean, I used to recommend it all the time. Use a Hakanashi, because the more you can take emotions out of it, the better off you'll be. So it's kind of like set it and forget it. Enter on a strat signal, like a 2-2 or a 2-1-2, and then trail your stop on a Hakanashi, and then when it crosses, just get out. Just take it for all it's worth, and then when it crosses, you're like, okay, it's time to get out, take the money. Yeah, and you can make a lot of money if you're trading options. You can literally trade one option at a time and make a lot of money. You don't need a bunch.
Yeah.
But you got to cut them quick too, though. So if you hop in something that don't go immediately, then just get out. And you can always get back in it.
I'm learning that part.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to cut them. But
But Jerry,
You
you see
have
that
to.
volume information that you have? What do you have oh my gosh, what's it called?
script.
Yeah, that's
Script.
it. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
word,
want-
wouldn't that? Yeah, please.
I'm gonna post it in the Zoom chat here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of
I
the best
have
ones
one, but
found.
it has some different colors, bars at the bottom. It looks very, it's a lot.
Yeah, this one here, I've had a bunch of them, and this one's helped me the most. It's kind of simple, but it has everything you need in it. So that was in the chat. And also something else that might help is when you read that book, it talks about volume at price. There's a study. I think it's TPO. It's in Thinkorswim, TPO profile. And it shows you the volume, and it shows you actual volume at price. I got it turned off. But you can kind of see where these dips and these hollow spots are. Where it's hollow at is where price can quickly move through. So when I see these big old huge red candles and green candles and stuff on the 30, 15, 30, and 60, that's where all these holes are, caves. So basically price can quickly move through these areas. And that book
Oh.
talks all about that.
You know what, too? I was
Very
watching a
helpful.
YouTube video of somebody explaining all those, the everything about those. It was really good. I'm gonna try to find it. Hopefully, if not, I could always repost it.
Yeah,
in
this is a good study.
Discord.
Because it has really all I use is a point of control now, but the point of control tells you where most shares are bought and sold at for the day, and it can act as support and resistance. But see this big void here? So if price breaks below this, then the price can quickly shoot down through here. And the same thing for the top. If it breaks out of this area here, it can quickly go back up. So anytime it's in this range here, you can get chopped up, because price is attracted to this area here. But that volume profile and that book's really helpful. It really is. It's a good book. But this study's pretty good too. Yeah, I had all this stuff up here, and the reason I don't have it now is because I don't really need it up there. But when I first started, I needed it up there. So the more you use something, the less you need it. But I still keep that point of control up there all the time, especially in the first 30 minutes a day, because that's very important in the first 30 minutes. And it's helpful in, in the last part of the day too. Yeah, price is attracted to this area. It's basically just a place where buyers and sellers are happy. They're happy paying for the price in this area. It's basically what it boils down to. Does everybody want these scans here?
I'll take all your scans, Jerry.
See, this scan here is called Bob. It's best of the best. Of course, look, the videos are on the top of it. It's going to have mostly A+ setups on the month and the week. So just tickers that are really easy. So this one here's an outside bar on the month, so it's expanding here. All right. So it's doing this. Go back up there. So see how it's expanding there? But on top of that, there's a 2 right here. Okay. I'll post the scans. But it was a 2 here. 2 inside. 2. And now it's inside. Now we're waiting on a 2. Because it's breaking out a pivot right now. So this is inside. It broke. See, it broke on high volume. It's that candle. I've been noticing a lot lately. Big volume before it breaks out. And it comes up. And now it's bounced off the base here, came up, and now it's fixing to punch through. All right. So next week, this will probably be a nice one to look at. On the daily, it did break through, kind of chopping sideways right here. So this is basically a compact. This is basically inside. It's just chopping sideways. So all this is basically just one candle. So this is getting ready to break out next week. So probably going to mark this pivot right now just in case. Let's pull up some more on this right here. You always want to trade tickers that are easy to read. There's a 3, all this inside, it's pushing back up. Still hasn't broke this high yet, but it's fixing to any time. There's a 2, inside, up. B. All right, so here's a push up, a retest. She's trying to go. That's a pretty nice one here. So the ticker's easy to read. So 2-2 on a month. Hammer is a pullback for the next leg up. You see a TTO here. So I'll put an alert on the top of 119.04 because it's coming out of a TTO and a retest. So the next move should be twice this one. So that's $7. So target will be around 126 on this. So I'll post that one for you. Yes, you go. I made all these except for red and green. All right, this is that Bob scan. I put it in chat. Let's see here. Strat kicking bull. This is gap up. This is all this is here. And it's got a volume study and stuff in there as well. My favorite is Kicking Bear because I'd much rather play a gap down big name because a lot of times position holders and stuff like that will buy that up for a discount. Got that. You have FTC red and green? Oh yeah, this is a new one here. Made this one last week. This is pivot breaks on a 4-hour. Pretty nice one. Right. 3 went outside on the month. This one went outside on the week. Pushed up, pulled back, gone. Breaking out the daily and the 4-hour. So let's go ahead and set and work on top of this thing too.
Hey Jerry, I downloaded your workspace and I noticed that some of your scans are already on there. Is there a way to update it so that these scans are on there?
I don't think so. I think you're gonna have to add them individually because
Okay.
these are fairly new. Oh, how about this? Let's try this. I'm gonna put in my workspace right now. My current.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Let's save it because I need to re-save it anyway.
And I also think Tim said that you could always go to the tools, and if a scan has been updated, you'll see that it needs to be updated. You just click on it, and I think it will automatically update it for you.
Oh yeah, yeah, he did say that the other day. That was pretty cool because he makes some scans. Yeah, Tim's doing some great work and stuff. He's trying to
Yeah.
make some scans that really find some really nice setups and stuff. He's doing a really good job at it too. Share. Here we go. So this might have them all in there, hopefully. All right, there's the workspace. Oh, hang on. Is that it? There we go. It's this last one with the 7 IT on the end. See if that works. Yeah, I think a lot of times we overcomplicate trading, and it shouldn't be complicated. I think a lot of times we get in the way of trading. I think we emotionally do it, and a lot of times, when I first started, it was easier for me just to set it and forget it. If it played out great, if it didn't, then it hit my stop, which was just tight stop. So when you're doing that, you want to set a stop and a target. And if it's basically just hands off, the trade works or it don't. But I tell you what, there's a lot of tickers going to be setting up this morning. Because there's a lot of them that ended with hammers. Let's make a scanner quick so we can't find them. Use this one. Delete. And when you download that workspace, will you tell me if the scans are in there, please?
Yeah, I downloaded it and it looks like your scans aren't in there.
They're not in there?
No, it just
Oh.
shows it just says like watch list and quick day trades and it doesn't look the same as your left hand side.
So when you click on the watch list,
Mhm.
and when you go to personal, does it show them then?
Personal. Oh. Okay, so personal, it just shows the ones that I've imported.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think we do
Yeah.
have to import them manually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right now there's
I've been copying the ones from the Discord. Is that pretty much all the ones there is?
well, these are new ones here.
Okay, yeah.
If you go to the chat, the Zoom chat, I posted
Yeah,
some of them in there. Have you downloaded those yet?
yeah. So is there a way to, I can't copy and paste on the Zoom chat. I've
I
just been
know, it
writing them
sucks.
down individually.
Yeah. What you can do if you have your well, if you had your if you had TOS open, you could just like type them in
Yeah,
right then and download them.
I tried that too. It's just something weird about my Zoom. I can't drag it or click it or anything. So I just write it down.
It's a pain in the butt. I hate that.
But no, it's so, I mean, it's good. It doesn't matter. I can add it manually.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever. I need to put them in there, but I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Man. Yeah, the big O news in there. The 10%'s in there. This pivot break's not in there. It's a new. This is a good one here. That pivot break one. Yeah, so mostly in the morning I'm looking for pivot breaks, hanging down, 2-2s, back through trend. I try to make 2-2 with hammers. They're hard to find that hammer. The scan, for some reason. I think Tim's been trying to work on it. Now the pivot break scan, I've got another one up here. All I'm doing is you can put it in your scan and then change the time frame to 60. So I just have a 60 and a 4 hour, and then save it as a new scan. And then let's see here. Let's see. Here we go. Use this one. Now somebody's made one that that keeps all the ETS on top of your screen. It tells you which one's moving on at the moment. But to me, it just clutters your screen out. Me, I like keeping my screens as clean as possible. This is major ETS. This is Rob's on his new course. Have you taken it?
No, I've just been watching YouTube videos.
Well, send me a direct message in Discord.
Okay,
I'll share it with you.
okay.
I'll share you both. I'll share both of them. I don't care. Anybody that sends me a, if there's anybody left on here, if you send me a direct message in Discord, I'll share both the courses with you. I don't care. So you'll get his first course. I don't think there's probably less than 10% of people that's even heard, that even knows about it. And the new one. There's a lot of good stuff in there. That really, everything that's in the course is out there, but this just puts it in a place that's just easy to find. It's just videos. But so when you're taking the course, take your time with it. Take plenty of notes, and then when you're done taking it, take it again. Because there'll be stuff that I probably watched it 3 or 4 times. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that you miss. Major ETFs. Yeah, the major ETFs, it just tells you where most of the money's at. Do you have FTC green and red?
No, I don't think I have that one.
Okay. This right here finds a full time frame continuity to the upside. It's actually a pretty good scan. When I first started trading this, probably one of the main ones I used. But now that I got more experience, I can trade them in conflict with each other. FTC green.
So I'm
These are
also
actually pretty good.
I'm also new to Discord, so I'm just gonna message you on Twitter.
Okay.
I mean, I have
Is
it. I
your-
just don't know how to freaking send
Okay,
it.
just send me your, when you message me on Twitter, just put your Discord name on there.
Okay, cool.
That way I can message you, unlock it. Because I have to unlock, because look, the Discord is in, the course is in the Discord.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in a locked room.
Okay.
Let's see. Are you having problems with anything else on the stream?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, so I'm just step by step. I mean, I've
Yeah.
learned so much today already. I'm pretty sure I'll find more things I need help with.
We're overwhelmed there, Jerry.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's great because I've entered trades, but it's all been manual. So once I can set them up as conditional orders, I'm pretty sure I can do well.
Gotcha. Yeah, Tim's video is really good. too,
I guess
so.
the one question is if when you enter a trade and you set the stop loss, I've noticed sometimes you talk about you do like a trailing stop, like 20 cents or something, or
Yeah. So I usually do that first thing in the morning. Like, the first 30 minutes of the day. I'll set a really tight stop. Like I'm talking about just a couple pennies. But in the first 30 minutes I'm scalping though, so I'm not gonna be in it very long. Not even, maybe a few minutes. That's it.
yeah, I've practiced scalping on the 1 minute bars and it gets a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I do. I mean, the lowest I'll go is probably 5 minutes. That 1 minute, you really have to know the strat signals and everything. And the reason it's best if you're newer to stick to the 30-60 and then maybe the 15 is because it's the price action is moving slower. It's easier to read. So if you're doing the 1 minute, I mean, I don't know. I think even for me, the 1 minute would be hard right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
moving
it's pretty hard.
so quick. It's moving so fast, and it's so volatile. Yeah. So if you stick to the 5 minute and just if you want to scalp, scan the use that big old new 201 scan, set it for 5 minutes, and literally look for the biggest two you can find, and then when it goes inside, hit it. Because that big old two is gonna be a measured move. You'll catch $4 or $5 real quick. And you can literally do that each one in the first 30 minutes and make a lot of money. And look, in the first 30 minutes too, really, if the volume's high, the scans that I got on here, the 2-1 scan especially has volume profile in it. So you don't even have to pay attention to the higher time frames in the first 30 minutes, really. You don't have to. Yeah, because if it's moving that fast in the first 30 minutes, you really want to catch them in the first 15. You can make a lot of money just with that scan, just with those bars. But you want to be in and out pretty fast. Scan. Oh, let's see if we find something. So somebody said pot stocks are going to be up next week. If they pass some legislation or what, but something to watch. And that's the thing, you don't know. I mean, that's one reason if I was going to put out watch lists or something, I wouldn't want to put them out until Monday evening. There's so much stuff can happen over the weekend. I don't know how they can predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, I was the one who was asking you for the watch list there, Jerry, because I don't have TOS.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm going to start doing something like that, but I think if I do it, it's probably going to be on Monday nights.
That's absolutely fine, Jerry. Whatever works with you.
Yeah, yeah. Because if I put one out, I mean, there's just money flows. You know, it flows to different places weekly, and then it flows to different places daily. I put out a few, and they did really, really well. Let me start doing it again. And I've actually made some scans to find them. I'll share that. That look specifically for swings. Takes a second to load. So this first one, it's 2-2 month. It's got a shooter, but pushed up. It's retesting right now on the weekly. If it's going to pull back, we're gonna want to wait until we see the first push up and pull back on the 4 hour. Yeah, so here lately I've been trying to focus on catching these things on the way back up. Because I'm missing a lot of the move. I mean, I like catching the breakouts, but a lot of times when they break out, there's a big move prior to it. Like just that the same day or the day before.
Mhm.
I'll show this.
Okay, so I was speaking with Tim earlier, Jerry, about doing a scan that can do the same thing, pick it up in the consolidation before it kind of breaks out. So we kind of went through a demonstration. He was trying to show me how to write my own script, but my computer wasn't working properly. So now you doing that, I'm now wondering now before, okay, so it's going through consolidation. I'm assuming when it starts to pick up, the volume should start to increase, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So is there any way that we can, what's the word, correlate the two? Or like if this starts to happen, then alert, yeah, I just thought of that.
Yeah, so a lot of times these big inside bars, the consolidation will be labeled as the inside bar on the higher time frame. So he could look for an inside bar on, say, the weekly or the monthly or even the quarter. And then on the, what I like to do is, you know, you don't necessarily want to trade a 2-2-2 because it's extended, but I like to look for a 2-2 on the month and then find a 2-2 on the day, like a 2-2 down, like a 2 down, 2 down. Because you have a strong uptrend, but then you have a pullback on the daily. So we can assume it's going to continue higher as soon as it pulls out of TTO. So that's when you want to catch it as it comes back through trend. So you kind of want to look like it to look like it's right here on the week, on the like the daily. See how it's starting to curl up. So this is 30-minute chart here, but this is the kind of chart you want to look like on the higher time frame. See how it starts to curl up, and there's a lot of stops here to take out. So you want it to start pushing back through here. You want to catch it, it starts coming back up.
Right.
So this is this candle here is a pullback, even though it's green, it's a pullback to the upside. But we got to see what the next candle is. So when we get the next candle to cross this high here, we can expect it to come on up to pivot high. But there should be a way. You know, I was talking to him the other day. He's working on some stuff. I've given him some pretty good ideas. And once he gets it figured out, he's going to share it with everybody. But it's basically just TTO's backed up in the trends, all we're doing. Trying to catch them back up. And then, you know, the higher probability trades are the ones that's, of course, I like all-time highs, but, you know, if it's 10 to 15% below all-time highs, and we can catch it going back up in the time frame continuity. Because there's a magnitude, and then there's stops to take out on the way. There's clear price targets.
Mhm.
So right here's a 212 trying to come back up. There's a pivot high here. I've already got it marked. So is a hammer. So it's 212 here, big hammer. So this one is actually a pullback, and then it goes up. You can kind of see it here. It's making higher highs or higher lows and higher highs on the way up. So by next week, expect it to hit 219.72 and then go to all-time highs on this one. So this one's setting up right here. And then look, when it breaks that 219, we'll see 222. And then there's a consolidation right here for almost 2 years.
Wow.
So this would be a huge breakout here.
Oh man.
So we're trying to make the scan, there's only so much you can put in there, but if you could make it fine, consolidation, the longer consolidation, the bigger the breakout.
Yep.
So monthly consolidations, and then find it uptrending, just like this ticker right here. So I posted this scan right here in the chat. I wish the guy had. You have TrendSpider?
No.
You have TOS? There's another guy. He was talking about swings. Well, if you could upload this right here, it'd be good. Because a lot of people you ever swing? You ever take swing, or you mostly just day trade?
Yeah, I mostly day trade. But I have some leaps, some long leaps, 2 years.
Oh man, I tell you some good leaps right now is oil.
Really?
Yeah, that's where you need to be at in oil. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I've got one. Oh damn. I've got one wrote. I can't remember where I wrote it, but you need to be in oil. Absolutely, without a doubt. Let me find some. Oil is where it's at right now, and that's going to be good for a year or two.
Hey, Jerry, I think you copied the FTC red, but you didn't paste it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't. Did I? I'm not sure I put it in here.
It was green, I think, red.
I'm gonna
I don't
post
see
it right
it.
now.
I don't see red. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry about that. All right, here's the red, guys. Oil, yeah. Let's go with oil. Yeah, oil's coming up right now. See, it's been an uptrend.
That's not good. I don't
Pullback.
want it to come up now. Not when I want to get in.
I know, but it's coming. The thing is, it's coming out of a TTO. So now you want to get in.
Okay.
Yeah, look. Pull back, pushed up. So it came up to all-time highs right here. It's not even.
Mhm.
It's close. Pulled back, and now it's coming back through range. So you're not buying it at the very top. You're
Okay.
still $5, right at $6 away. So here's it pushed up, and it's kind of trading sideways here, and that's what we see with this pullback here. There's a better. This ain't the one I was talking about, but a lot of times they'll start all looking the same. Yes. Can't remember which one it was. It's the inverse. Yeah, here we go. USL.
USO,
I think Gush is another oil one, right?
Gosh, it's like, well,
GUSH, gosh.
USL's one.
Mm.
Yeah. One. There's another one too, but if you look at the monthly, slowly coming up. Inside last month too, this month. Probably gonna be two too. But you see this huge red candle here. It can
Yep.
quickly come right back through here.
And you said these are good leaps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's target. Right now it's 48. It's almost there. About 3 hours away. Its next target is $80.
Oh, that's July's. Scared me. I thought. Let me see the 20.
And they
Like
should
how
be pretty
far?
cheap.
How far out you thinking? Because they go to January 23. But of course, it gets more expensive.
I'd say probably 22. See. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, at least 22.
Okay. I'll take a look.
The longer the time you can get, the better. 2
Okay.
years should probably be. But it ain't gonna get any cheaper, I can tell you that. I know right now there's a shortage of oil. They're trying to pump. You know, there was they backed off on oil for a while because we were making our own oil, but now they've shut oil supply off in America. Stop producing their own oil. So it's gonna keep going up.
Is it safe to say EBS stock is going to move too if oil is going to go up?
What's that?
I said, is it possible that EBS stock is going to move up if oil is going to move too?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, there's a December 16th, 2022, $65 strike price. That's $1.59 right now. And currently the open interest is 30. The volume is low, but that's expected because it's so far out.
Yeah. What, December what, 22?
Yeah, December 16th. Oh, let me see what the 22nd looks like. Holy caramba. No, look at the what? Look, wait. They have 2 December 16th. How's that possible? So if you look at the 2nd December 16th, you have, wait, I'm confused. They have $10 strike price for 6 cents. I'm really confused. This doesn't make sense to me. Look at the second one. Yeah. How come? And yours look.
There's not much volume on there.
Oh, you know what? You have your strike price on only 10. If you could do it on all, yeah.
You're at 66 strike.
No, you're in June 21st, 2021. So you need December 2022. And then the second, yeah. So go down some more. Huh. Yeah. How come yours says 0, but mine says 06. Are you getting a better deal than me, Jerry?
I
No.
don't know. It's crazy.
Like, what does
Push.
this mean?
I don't know. It's weird.
And the
Yeah.
open interest is already 16,000.
Somebody's buying them up.
Yep,
If the opening rates is that high, they got big plans.
this is crazy. But I'm curious as to why yours is saying 0 for your December, the $10 strike price for December 20. Yeah, yours is saying 0, mine is saying 06. And then, wait, am I on the right one? Yeah, USO. Yeah, same. So
That's weird.
that's weird. That is
16,000.
really weird.
There's a lot of people buying that.
Yep,
up.
already.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, that's crazy.
Yep. I'll probably get in on that one for 6 cents. I mean, well, $6.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Just
Somebody's,
right in.
especially the open interest on that.
Yep. Hmm.
It's
Very
definitely gonna go up.
Well, thank you for this.
You're welcome. And it moves. I mean, of course, it's not gonna move $1 a day, but you know, it can move 40, 50 cents. I mean, if you buy that much time, it's slowly grinding up.
Mm-hmm.
And right now too, it's a good time because it's fixing to break this pivot high. It's just pulled back too, so you're not buying it as it's breaking out. So right off the bat, you can probably catch 60, 70 cents.
But what? Why is it so strange? I'm looking at it again. Why is that December 16? Look at the strike prices in comparison to the one above it and the one below it. Something funky is happening here. January 2 has funkies happening. Look at the open interest, 58,000, 43,000. Look, the $10 strike price. There's something up with this $10 strike price.
Oh man, 60,000. That's crazy. Huh. And then you compare calls to puts too. I mean, there's probably 60, 70% calls versus puts. A lot of calls.
Huh.
A lot of calls. Gosh. Yeah.
Huh.
And right here, it's already increasing too.
I smell something fishy.
Yeah. Well, we know right off the bat that the oil prices are not going to go. They're not going to go back down for a while. Probably for another 6 years, maybe.
Wow.
They're coming up with a lot of electric cars, but really there's no way to power them. I mean, they're still using fossil fuels or maybe some solar, hydroelectric or whatever, but it's mostly fossil fuels.
And so I was listening to this thing on Clubhouse, and the lady, like she's an astronaut in training. She was saying, even if they bring on all the EVs are going to need the fossil fuel in order to the charge stations are going to need the fossil fuel to charge.
Yeah, there's some, I saw a thing the other day, is a major city, they went all electric, right? But they had these huge, like 10 kilowatt, 20 kilowatt diesel generators charging all the buses up. It's like they were hiding them so they could charge the buses. So, I mean, they're still using fossil fuel. They're not gonna get rid of it anytime soon. And there's probably, the sad part is there's probably technology out there, to go clean. But there's too much money in fossil fuels.
Yeah.
Not gonna get rid of it. I mean, there's countries that, their whole economy is based on fossil fuels, just like
Yep.
Saudi Arabia, Russia.
Even Argentina, right next door. Well, sort of next door.
Yeah.
There's this
Yeah.
man, but what was that other one? Was it no January? I'm gonna look at January 2022.
Now there's another oil. I can't remember it, but I'm gonna try to find it. But I wrote it down. I just don't know. where I wrote it.
This is crazy, man. January 2022, it's a penny. And that's the one that almost has 60,000 open interests. Oh, wow. Okay.
Just snatching things up come Monday.
Yep. And the fact that, see, this doesn't make sense because normally the further out you go, the more expensive it should be. And they're cheaper than like July 2021 strike price.
Yeah, there's something up with it.
Yeah, something is up. So let me take advantage of the crazy stuff that whatever it is, let me take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Isn't the, excuse me,
I'm right there with you, Ann.
the expiry type is 12 divided by 100. Isn't that assuming some kind of split?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I've never bought one that far out. I'm kind of lost at that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, look at the header of that chain, and there's two that are on the same date. When the one that you're looking at that's really cheap has got a divider symbol on it, 12 divided by 100. So right now it's US $8.18. So
Yeah, same with the second
Right.
December 22nd one also has that.
yeah, they're assuming some kind of a split. So you're not getting a 1-to-1 ratio there.
Oh,
That makes sense.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know about these higher priced options or the ones that far out. I guess it's too good to be true, right?
Darn it.
There's another ticker. There's another oil ticker that's it looks a lot better than that one. I'm not sure. I can't really remember. I'm trying to find it.
Well, I'm still gonna call TD Ameritrade and ask them, like, what does it mean? Because
Yeah.
Who knows?
All right. COP's looking pretty good. I don't see any kind of split on that one for January 22. Let's see. It's kind of like
Are you looking for UCO?
yeah. It was some kind of oil company that was moving up pretty good. Well, there's UCO and then the inverse is SCO. But it was like a name, like a brand, like a big name oil company. Now COP's come out of a TTO on the monthly trying to come back up. The good thing is it's coming up through these red candles here. So let's see. 60. Its target's 80. Or we got a 60 a day. Right now it's bouncing off support on 60. Let's see. And another one. Chevron. CVX. Like a shooter. So, that was looking better. This one's got a $50 range on it. 40. You just start making higher highs though. This went through a pretty good range. Spin with this. You wouldn't want to touch it until it starts making new highs though. See? Oh, that's pretty good. Here we go. This one's pretty good. All right, this probably looks the best so far. This is Marathon Oil.
Oh, yeah.
Pushed up, go back, pushing up on the month, coming through these red candles here. Now it's 88.50. So that's a $26 move. Fixing a breakout on the daily. So this one looks really good.
40.
Hey, Jerry, look at TOT.
TOT.
Yeah.
Starting to do something here. It's bouncing off support here. Like that. Making higher lows. Trying to come back up there. First target would be 48. If it broke 48, we'd see 49. So it had to hold 46.33. Be nice if it broke 46.83 though. They could start making new highs.
Something good. January 22nd.
PhD. Pioneer. Well, I tried to make a new high there, but you make it down. Let's mark it there just in case. So oil's pretty good about a month or so ago. Got it through there. Yes, sir. Have support here. 82, could take it to 89. I'm gonna put one on this right here if it wants to come back through. It's making higher highs too. Higher lows. All right. HP. Mhm. Yeah, they all pretty much the same. Yeah, CME's looking like it's trying to set up for next week. This is it. I'm gonna swing list. So it's breaking out of the weekly. You can see a massive 2 next week. This one's bouncing off a prior pivot low. No, it's only. Oh yeah, another one is Moderna and Lilly. They've been moving. Yeah, Moderna's fixing to break out here. Kind of chopping sideways, pushed up, bounced, and that's going right back there. It's tested it 1, 2, 3 times. It'll eventually pop out. Well, it's going to break out in it. It's moved $16 in 3 days.
Wow.
And it's coming through. See the big red candles there? Quickly moves up through there.
And I also think in the I don't know, how many years from now, but a lot of these pharmaceutical companies that worked with COVID, my son was telling me that the same kind of process of isolating the whatever it is, they're going to try to do the same thing for the HIV virus.
Okay. So they can really put them up there because they're using a different method now. They're using DNA, right, or something.
I don't know what they're doing.
You make some big advances.
Yeah. It's the technology, the technology has advanced to where they can do They can do a lot more, a lot faster. And I think that's probably what scares people. But people have to understand that the technology that we have now, we didn't have this 50 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Now Tesla.
Mm.
Tesla looks incredible. So on the weekly here, it pushed up, it bounced, it held support right here at 540.82. And look, there's a 2 down, 2 up. So target is still 665 on this thing. And
wow.
we could see that in one day. It could move 40, 50 bucks in one day next week. And on the 4 hour, you see it, it's pushing up, slowly making higher highs and higher lows. So it's clearly reversed. Shot back to pivot low here too. Man, look at that big red candle. So we'll be watching this thing next week. It's ready. Still kind of choppy, but the good thing about Tesla is it's, it does move quite a bit, but it's pretty consistent. Still trade it. Push up and it starts chopping sideways. And as soon as it breaks out of this sideways movement is when you take it. It chops and then it moves. And it moves so much. I mean, you clearly make good money off of it.
So this is when, like say Leslie can set the automatic buy, you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So this right here is a TTO right here. So each time it pulls back here, it's just a rest. It's a people are taking profit. So it pushed up here.
Mm-hmm.
It opened up at that top of that red candle, pulled back, came back up, pulled back on that inside candle. Now it's pushed up to here. Now it's pulling back. Now, so as soon as it crosses this candle here, you take it. When it crosses this one, you take it. When it crosses that inside, you take it. They're just triangles. Triangle, yeah.
So shouldn't we wait for the other pullback, or this is it?
This is it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So as soon as it crosses here, this candle
Mhm.
here, the top of that red candle there, is when you take it. Your target is here.
Mhm.
And that's actually the top of this candle right here too.
Okay, wow.
That is a big move.
Ah, that's funny. I have alerts. Jerry, you'll be proud of me. I already have alerts there.
You're ready.
Yeah.
625. 6. That's almost a $50 move.
Oh, my goodness.
And we know that Tesla can move that much in a day. But watch its average range is 30, but it's moved 50, 60 bucks, 100 bucks in a day. And look, it's clearly reversed. It's found support here. It can go back to $900 if it wants. Its first target's going to be, well, here, but, and look, if it wants to, it could take this stuff out, this stuff out, this stuff out in 1 week.
Okay, so when you just said it clearly found support, where did it find support?
Right here on this pivot, on the pivot low, I'll show you. Right here. It says this pivot low started here. So it came down, it tried to break lower and it couldn't. And see how it starts wicking? As it gets close to this level here, it starts to wick. Well, first started here, right? It's like, oh, they tried to take it lower, they couldn't. It made a higher low.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came back down and tried to go back down lower again. And it came down and it wicked back up. And then it came down closer and it wicked right back up. So it tells you that there's buyers right here in this zone right here. So every time it comes close, it shot back up. And it came down close and it shot back up. Now it's making higher lows. And we know it's reversing because on the 4 hour we can see it. So on a 4 hour here, we can see it's reversing because it's making higher highs. But you got your push up, pullback, push up. There's 2 pullbacks right here to the upside.
Mhm.
And it's still slowly making these higher highs and higher lows. So this is the bottom here.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep. So I'm always looking at the 4 hour to confirm the reversal. So I don't want to guess. I don't want to say, hey, this is the bottom, because I don't know. But when I start seeing, pullbacks and higher highs, I know it's reversed. Because like say, price, is pushing up over here. And I'm like, oh, this is the bottom, right? But then it comes up, it made one higher high, it pulls back, and now it made a lower low. Right? So this was clearly not the bottom. But say the price pushed up, pulls back, and then it goes up, and then it makes a pullback, and then it keeps going. So it would have made, that's 2 pullbacks, and it's making higher highs. But it didn't. It pushed up, pulled back, then it made a lower high, and then it started reversing back down. But here it's different. Pushed up, pulls back, pushed up, pulls back, and it's making higher and higher highs. It's making higher lows and higher highs. So price pushed up, it went down over here, and now it's pushing back up. So like, oh, that's the bottom. We're back here, and it's like, oh. Over here, it's gonna do this.
So
So-
Jerry,
Bottom. Yeah.
so let's say on Tuesday, it goes above the 635.59. You're gonna buy a call, right? In the money or at the money?
Oh yeah. Yep. At the money. Yeah.
At the money, and you'll put your stop at the bottom of the 15er?
Yeah.
common?
So what I'll do is I'll be on the 15. I'll be looking at the 5 and the 10. I'll be looking at the lower time frames here. There's that top of that candle right here at 641. You can see it right here. Here's that candle we're looking at right now on the 4 hour. There's the top of it.
4 hour.
So if we're looking at the 4 hour, this is it. So I'm going to be looking for a break of this candle here on the 5 and the 15. So I'm going to be looking, like say Monday it opens up, and then we have and it goes down. So we see a 2 down, and then a 2 up, and it bounces off this pivot low here, and then it starts to come back up. As soon as it starts to come back, and I get one pullback, then I'm going to take it. And my first target is going to be here, and then the next target is going to be.
When you say here, you mean the 634.86?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna take it when I get a reversal back through. So I'm gonna take it before it gets here. Now
You want to see it bounce. You want to see it bounce off that red line first before you
Yeah.
get in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
On the
bounce
50.
because that's support there,
Mhm.
and you can see it here. So right now it's kind of right here. It's kind of chopping on the 60.
Mhm.
But once it breaks, I'll take it early on the 15 and the 5, with my hopes being it breaks 640. But if it can't break it, I'll just take profits and I'll let it do its thing. And then if it starts to go back through, I'll take it again and then come back through. So say it goes through 640 here on the 60. Okay. So price, it comes back down, it bounces, and then it comes back up, and then have a pullback. As soon as it crosses the pullback, I'll take it with the hopes of breaking through. But say it pushes up and it starts to come back down. Well, I'll take profits, and then I'll take it short with the target being here.
Uh-huh.
And then when it bounces, I'll go back up. I'll take it back up with the hopes it's going to break through this time, because it's eventually going to break out here. I know it is. and then I'll take it, and the target's going to be that huge. My target's always going to be that huge red candle on the weekly, because price can quickly go through there. Price can quickly get right through here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Because the reason being is because there's a bunch of stops really tight packed on this red candle right here. So the first target's here, and then the first target, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then all-time highs.
Wow.
Yeah, that's 550. That's a huge move. That's $250. That's $350. So you're talking about a swing, and I mean, it'd be expensive to swing this thing 2 or 3 months out, but oh my gosh,
Yeah,
you know, you could buy one contract 3 months out of the money, or 3 months out, and make, you know, $35,000 one contract. And this price comes up, and TTOs, I mean, you can add to it right here, and it comes back up, and then TTOs again, you can add to it here. Each time you're going to move your stops up. Oh yeah, another thing, when price comes up, say you take it when it crosses this point here, or this is going to be my entry or my add. I'm going to add and enter in the same place. Well, price can come back down and wick down just a little bit and then take back off. So that's why you don't want to put your stops exactly at your entry. You want to put them a little bit below this entry, because they can wick down. Sometimes they'll come down and won't even get close to it and go back up. But SPY done it a few weeks back where it pulled back through each time. It pulled back just a few pennies each time, taking stops out here.
So can you take profit, and then when it dips again, get back
Oh,
in?
Absolutely, yeah. So if it pushed up and it starts to pull back here, because you know this might be a $30, $40 pullback. So when you get in and it starts to pull back, like say on the 60, you see a 2-2. Like say it goes 2 up and then a 2 down. As soon as it crosses here, just take profits. And then what you're gonna do is wait for it to bottom out. Look on the, you know, the 15 to 30. Look for at least, you know, one pullback and a new high, and then you can re-enter with the hopes of reaching this high here. And then, so that'd be your first target, and your second target would be, you know, for it to keep on going with new highs. So you can take it back as soon as it starts to reverse the trend. Yeah. Now, the safer place in here would be here on this TTL, on the top of the TTL. But you can really take it anywhere. So you can try to take it on the first pullback with the hopes it makes it here and then just keeps on going. But it's safer to take it here, because when it breaks this point, there's a pretty good chance it's going to go up and make a higher high. Yeah. So a lot of times we're trading these breaks here. That's it. Breaks, comes up, breaks there, pulls back. So this on this pullback, it didn't get anywhere close to retesting. Here, this pulls back to here. Don't even get close. So your stop would be right in here, not very far. Like I hear a lot of people. I watched one of Sarah's videos earlier today, and somebody's asking about where she put her stops at on the daily and the 4 hour, or the daily or something. And she's like, I put it at the base of the candle. That's $100 away. How are you gonna tell somebody to put that $100 away?
Yeah.
Like the stretch, you know, Rob calls for a penny stop, but you know, you give it $1. Because look, it either when it breaks this pivot here, it either goes or it don't. It either goes like this. When it went this time, it failed. It broke through and came back. But on this time, when it pushed to the pivot, it just ripped. So you might have got stopped out on this first one here. I mean, it pushed to a green bar, but it tried to go, it tried to go higher and it couldn't. I'm just using it as an example. But on this one, when it broke, it just went straight up. So it either goes or it don't. And that's why your stops are so tight. Because look, if you're putting your stop down here, I mean, you're in trouble. So it's best to tight stop it, all right, and then wait until it tests again. Because I'd much rather, lose $100 than, 2,000, in the hopes that it's going to come back up. This one here, you would have got lucky, but man, I'd much rather got cut out for $100 and got back in the next day. These brakes, they go or they don't. That's all there is to it. So see how the 212 is? These brakes, the inside or the pivot here, all it is when in its most simplest raw form is a brake of this inside candle. That's all it is. So to me, this pivot brake is just the inside. All this is just a one.
So let's say you took that trade and then it went back down and you got stop loss, and then it went back up, but it moved too fast for you to get back in. Would you wait for that hammer reversal?
Let's say if this was a 5-minute candle or what, or daily or weekly time frame.
Let's say it was the 5-minute.
Oh yeah. So what I would do is I would just wait on this first TTO here.
Okay.
So if it breaks and I missed out, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna chase it for sure. I'm gonna wait at least on a pullback. So yeah. So as soon as it crossed this, so it pulled back, come back up. As soon as it crossed this hammer, I would take it immediately. Yeah, because that hammer there, that hammer is a pullback in itself. A hammer is a powerful bar, just like a 3 is a powerful bar. Yeah. So a hammer is a pullback and a push up all in one bar. It's a bullish bar, very bullish. It's they call them Momo hammers, momentum hammers, because you see it. Oh, here's I'll draw it for you. Pullback, push up, pullback, push up. That's all it is. A hammer is a pullback in itself, and then the buyers are so strong they pushed it right back up to where it started. It's very bullish.
And on that re-break, what is your expectation related to the volume? You're saying the volume would be, if it spikes high, then you would expect it to go back down again. Is that right?
Oh yeah. Okay. So if it pushed up and then it pulls back,
Yeah.
and then on this pullback,
On the re-break.
yeah. So if I saw a volume increase on it, then I would think it was fixing to reverse. Yeah.
So it's counterintuitive to me because I would expect you have a lot of people pushing the price way up. So that would be a lot of volume.
Yeah. The volume, when I see a lot of volume, it tells me there's a battle going on. Like there's a lot of people trying to short it at that time. There's a lot of people trying to buy it. So when I see an increase in volume, there's a real struggle going on to see who's going to take control. And during profit taking, there's not going to be many people. There's not going to be many shares traded, just the ones that they're selling.
So once again, after that,
When volume increases, people take notice.
So
You're talking about like right here.
well, I'm just thinking about the principle of when you have a surge up and then it comes back and it has low volume, people are taking profit. But then when it breaks the top, the volume I would think would go up.
Oh, right here. Oh, yeah. Yep, you're exactly right. Yeah. So So price pushes up, pulls back, and then goes up. So on this pullback here, volume will decrease. As it starts to come back up, the candles will start to. Let me pull the volume chart up. I'll show you. You're right. Let me get rid of this.
So it's during the pullback when the low volume, that's telling you it's a triangle the out. If the pullback has a lot of volume, then you probably figure it's a reversal.
Yeah.
I see.
Yep. And then as volume starts to step back up as the price continues, then you want to see volume start to roll back in.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, that's a key thing
I'm gonna
because
put the daily chart.
that's a key thing because the difference between that triangle the out and a reversal is where I've gotten stuck a lot. So
Yeah, same here.
Here. All right. So yeah, and that book by Anne Coulier, man, that's exactly what she talks about. So right here on this,
yeah, but
so
you
right
show
here on
how
this
it
candle
works.
here. Yeah. So on this candle here, before it starts to pull back here, see how volume starting to decrease on that pullback? It's a clear downtrend. All right. On the bottom of it, which is here, and it starts to increase again, volume starts to spike. All right. So when they're taking the profits, you want to see it decrease. All right. And as volume picks up, price goes back up. Now, over here, it does it, but then it starts to go chopping sideways, and then it reverses trend, and then volume increases. So that's why it's not concrete, but it gives you a pretty good idea. Like if I'm in a trade and I'm looking at a pullback, then it's easier to see it on a smaller time frame. It's more accurate.
Yeah, I noticed that you have the volume indicator on the 15er, generally speaking. So
yes, sir.
And then you have the other indicator. What is that called? The TPO. You have that on the fiber. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm mostly using that. Well, from using the volume profile, I know where the gaps are automatically because from using it so long, I know automatically they're on the large candles. So when I say a lot of times in the room, I'll say on a large red or green candle, to me it's like a gap because there's no resistance there. But I'm saying that based on what I've noted on the TPO profile. So it's not necessarily a gap, but it's a gap in volume in the volume at price. But the reason it works is because there's a bunch of stop orders and they're stacked really tight. So at the end of the day on Tesla, you see these two large red candles, and down here on the 5, it's just a bunch of red bars stacked really tight. So when price comes back through there, it's hitting these stops very quickly. And that's why price can retrace real fast. Because, for a short to get out, they have to sell, and it sells into strength. So to close, they've got to sell. And it's just pushing price out. Yeah. So it's just, these stops are really, really tight. And the faster they're hit, the faster price goes up. And that's why a lot of times on the daily and even on the weekly, we saw a bunch last week. You get pivot machine guns. So on the weekly, even you can see a bunch of stops taken on the weekly, and that's incredible to me. But the higher the time frame is, like if you got a red candle on the weekly, I mean, there's a bunch of stops on the weekly red candle. There's a bunch on the 5 too, but I mean, there's a whole bunch more on the weekly. Just like there's a lot more on the monthly than there's on the weekly. And I think that's one of the reasons that the pivot breaks work so well too, because there's a bunch of stops stacked right on top of that.
And Jerry, what did you say your aggregation time
that you use for your different hour, your different, like the monthly, the 30 days, 15 minutes?
Okay. On the monthly, I think it's, let's see, 10 years. And then on the weekly, it's 3 years. And then on the daily, it's a year. 4 hours, it's 180 days. 1 hour is 90 days. I'll leave it up there for a few minutes so you can see it. And then 30 days, 30 minutes. 30 days for 15 minutes. 5 days for 5 minutes. And the reason, you know, because on the 5 minutes, I mean, you can only see so many 5-minute candles before it just turns into mush.
Okay.
And then 3 in a minute, one, I don't use them. I just don't use them. Sometimes I'll throw up a 1 minute chart just to show, because a lot of times people will say something about the 5 minute. They'll see me enter on a 5 minute candle, but what they don't, or I'll add on a 5 minute candle, right? And all I see is a couple, you know, 2 or 3, 4 green candles on a 5 minute. And they think I'm trading it and it's exhausted. But what they don't see is the 5 minute candle, you know, was a shooter and then it went back up, or it was a hammer and then it filled. So I'm looking at, you know, when I'm looking at a 5 minute candle, I'll see the pullback as it's happening. And then as soon as it crosses back up, you know, I'll add to it. So I pull the 1 minute chart up and I can actually show them the TTOs, but I can see them as they're forming.
And how are you able to, because my charts, every time I go into it, it goes back to like the whole 90 days. How do you get it to stay like that, like how you have it?
Did you go to customize list?
Okay.
And then edit.
Edit. I'm writing
And
it down.
if you import his workspace, it'll set it up exactly like it is.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. I tried to do it
You-
myself too, and I was so lost.
You want me to post it back in the chat? My workspace? It's probably lost up there. I don't know. I'll post my workspace. When you click on it, it'll set up everything like mine.
Okay.
There you go. Now, when I used to, I shared a workspace one time. It didn't have the pivot studies. It didn't populate the pivot study in the volume. If you already have it, probably does.
The one that I have, it shows on the 15-minute chart, it has like this line, this study, this VWAP.
Oh yeah, that's something new I added.
And then on the 5-minute, it has the TPO profile.
Yeah. Does it show the pivot study?
I don't see the pivot study on, and this is the new one you just sent out. I don't see the pivot study on any time frame.
Yeah, you might have to add those.
Yeah.
You have the script already?
I think you posted it, right? The pivot 4-hour one, right? Or the pivot break one?
Oh, no. The actual pivot study, the red and green red and green bars. Do you have those?
I don't think I have that one.
Yeah, let me post it. It's important. That's one of the most important ones. This shows up on, you have to put it on each of your charts. I'm gonna post that in chat. You need to set that on every chart. 5, 15, 30, 60, 4-hour daily. Yeah, that VWAP is something I added last week. You know, I don't look at it much. I'll probably be taking it off there. I'll add something just to see if it helps me. If I don't use it, I just cut it.
I don't think the pivot study went in the chat.
There you go. That's the pivot study there.
So this is a new question, but if we change stuff, like if let's say I take out that VWAP, do I have to save your workspace as a new thing to make sure it's not there the next time I load it, or?
Yeah. So once you get your workspace saved exactly like you want it, then go to setup,
Mhm.
and then save it as a new one.
Okay.
Yeah, and that way it's saved exactly like every time you shut your computer off or something, it should save it up. It should save it exactly how you left it.
Okay.
So you should be okay, but just in case.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Actually, I think I'm gonna take this big wolf off right now. I just don't, if I don't use it, I just don't need it up there.
So what I can't find, I'm trying to import your study, but I can't find it after I set it up, after I do the setup.
Okay, what you need to do is when you import it, you need to save it as a new name. You have that?
Oh, okay. Let me try that.
And then what you're going to do is open your edit study and strategy and then type it in. It should be saved as strat pivot point.
It says it's broken. Let me redo it. Oh. Yeah, so what I name it, I'm not seeing it when I go try searching for it.
All right. So go to your edit studies.
Yep.
Okay, click in this box over here and type in strat volume. Strat pivot, sorry.
Yeah, nothing's coming up for me. This is your workstation. Your work, oh my gosh.
The workspace?
Your workspace, yep.
Did you import the strat pivot in the chat?
It's not saying.
I posted the script in the chat just now.
Oh, no.
It's in the workspace. Yeah, okay. Sometimes they won't go over for some reason. I don't know why.
Are you looking for a workspace?
The pivot study that's in the workspace.
Okay, I thought she's trying to load the workspace.
Oh,
yeah, I'm trying to load the workspace.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right, go to setup.
yeah.
And then scroll down, you'll see it. It should be right here.
Oh,
See it over
okay. I got a ton of them.
there? I'm glad you said that. I thought she already had it up.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, now I see it. All right.
I'm sorry. I'm glad you said something.
That's okay.
I just have to say, I'm so excited that you're helping us so much. It's
I
gonna be
know.
so much easier. It's starting to make so much more sense.
Yeah, it's hard. I remember when I first started, I didn't know up from down, especially setting up charts and studies. And
Oh my
where
God.
is that?
I started learning the strat May 1st. So I've just been doing like 8-10 hours a day of studying, and it's barely
Yeah.
making sense.
That's good.
That's very
what it
good.
takes. Well, I know
I
I've
only
studied a
have a
lot.
couple, like a 30 minutes here, 20 hour there, because I'm working while I'm trying to learn this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I had knee surgery, so I just figured I would study while I was recovering.
Wow. You're gonna be thankful for that.
Yeah. And use your time wisely.
Yep.
Yeah. Some people, you got to make the best of your time, and some get more time than others, but it's all possible. You get in what you put out.
Mhm.
I know I put in my
And-
fair share of hours. Whew.
And even with just my limited time, I've learned so much. Like I've been bouncing around the internet trying to learn, and I could not understand all those support and resistance. But the funny thing is, now I understand it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And them double bottoms, this and that. Now I can actually relate to it now. But before I could not.
Yeah. So the pivots, these pivot studies, that's the thing about them is they're basically marking support and resistance.
Yep.
The pivot studies kind of seem like the broadening formation stuff a little bit.
Exactly right, because they line up to the broadening formation. So just like on Tesla right here, I'll get rid of stuff right here. But I'll show you. Right here's the broadening formation. Right here on the pivot. The pivots line up with them. Okay. So they mark them. They basically mark them for you. So see how it wicked up and then came right back down? It expanded.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've started to dream about the strat. So
Yeah, it's hardcore there.
You'll do well.
Yeah, you study something enough, man. It just kind of gets burned in. But I tell you what, I remember when I used to suck at trading. I sucked so bad. There was 2 weeks where I was red every day. And I was so bad, I was taking the opposite trades and still losing money. That was horrible.
so I've managed to do like multiple winning trades this past week, but my losing trades, I was never cutting them fast enough, so I didn't actually make any profit. But I would do like 10 winning trades a day.
Wow, that's
But I'd
awesome.
only make like a couple hundred, and then I'd lose like $1,000. So
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
not really happy.
Well, if nothing else, use a hard stop when you first, you can actually, it's best to give it a little bit of room. It's best to, nobody wants to lose money, but, sometimes you might have to open the stop up, so if you don't use a stop, you can lose so much more money.
Well, and the thing was, I was doing it manually, and I didn't have your workspace set up, so I've literally been doing it from my phone.
Oh gosh.
So
yeah,
I waste
yeah.
like 10 seconds trying to find the option and get in, and then the price moves and I
Yeah.
get a bad entry. And then by the time I see the reversal on the 1 minute and I want to get out, I've already lost money. So now that I can figure out how to do it automated, and now that I have your workspace, I think it could be a lot better.
Absolutely. Hey, seconds matter.
Yeah.
Like, they do. And that's one reason when I get in that trade, I don't care to market order. I'm going to pay more money for it, but I want in like last week. You know what I mean? When they break, I want in now. I don't want to set a limit and hope to get filled.
Yeah.
Just to see price rip off and leave me.
So I trade on Webull because I don't know if on TOS it makes you have like a limit for day trading, like if you have to have 25K.
Nope. You can do you can set up a cash account.
I have it. It's
And,
cash account just means you removed margin, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's
Yep.
what I did. And then but when I looked, it said the options trades were like $6 or something. Is the
Wow.
commissions. So I don't know. So the point is I've been trading on Webull and I
Uh-huh.
managed to upload the app on my desktop. And then I set up hotkeys so
Nice.
that I can, if I press shift 1, it buys at the ask. If I press shift 2, it sells at the bid. And then if I'm feeling like the market's moving a lot, shift 3 means it sells at the ask.
Oh yeah, I
at
love
the, yeah,
selling. I love selling at the ass. My gosh, man,
yeah, if it's
that's where
moving
it's
a lot.
at.
So hopefully that like gets me the seconds that I need.
Yeah, yeah. So when I'm like in Tesla or scalping or something, I will trail the ask. I try to stay above it, ahead of it, but sometimes prices move so fast, I just get filled. Which I don't care because I'm catching spikes. Or sometimes it gets close to my target, I will join the ask and sell into the strength and catch spikes. It's nice catching them. But sometimes I've had spikes up to $100. The contract, that's pretty good.
Jerry, a question about your workspace.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just trying to figure out how you did it. You have, for example, 30 minutes for 30 days, right?
Uh-huh.
But it shows only like 7, 8 days, 7
Oh.
last. But when I do it myself, when I have it on 30 minutes, 30 days, it tries to show the whole month, and I don't see any candles.
Are you using? Can you zoom in and zoom out on it? Right here with a little magnifying
Yeah,
glass?
every time I go to another ticker, I have to just again zoom in.
Okay, here's what you do. All right, I'm going to show you. I'm going to expand this chart here, and I'll show you what you do. Okay, see this little squiggly line right here? Click on it.
Okay.
Uncheck all these boxes here.
Okay.
And you got to do that to every chart.
And then you save it.
Yep, just when you do that, just click out and you're good to go. So try that with your first chart and see if that don't fix it.
Are we still here?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you see my screen here? You see this squiggly line up here on the right?
Yeah.
Just click on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to reload my own session again. I just wanted to.
Okay.
I was waiting for. Let me see.
What's the lady's name? Is it Ann?
Yep.
Okay. I was showing him. He's having his screen's acting weird. I just want to make sure yours is set up the same way, or whoever's listening.
Yeah, the new workspace you shared, it shows all of those boxes unchecked on the chart.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, good. All right, you're fine then. What happens is if they're sometimes from straight from TOS, some of them are checked, so it makes it where the charts are real weird.
So how do you get your pivot into the other time?
Okay, have you added it to any? Is it in any boxes? The pivot?
Yeah, it's in my 30-minute.
Okay. All right. Here's what you're gonna do. Open up the edit study and strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now what is it? What is it saved as? Ripster pivot points?
Pivot study final.
Okay. All right. Now look here. Go down to and save set as.
Set as. Yep.
All right, and then just name it. Maybe just save it as strat or something.
Okay.
Okay, and apply.
It doesn't allow me to apply.
Just hit OK.
Okay,
Okay. Now go to your, so it's not in the 515 or any of that.
correct.
Okay. All right, go down to the 5-minute,
Mm-hmm.
edit studies.
Mm-hmm.
All right, click this box up here and then type it in. And then double click it, edit.
Oh man, I can never remember these names.
And
I don't see it now. Oh,
was it strap pivot?
yeah, but now it's not showing up.
You said it was pivot final or something.
That was the first one, but not the set.
Is it? Oh yeah, don't worry about the set. Don't worry about the set right
Oh.
now. We're gonna add those to
Okay.
the higher time frames.
Yeah, I got pivot study final. Yep.
All right, double click it and apply it. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I see it.
Okay. Now do the same thing to the hourly.
Okay.
And then when you get done with that, we're gonna add the set to the daily, weekly, 4-hour, and monthly.
Okay, I got them now.
Well, actually, you know what? Just do that to each of these frames, because I'm afraid if you do the 30-minute, you're gonna add temperature into each chart. We don't want to mess your charts up.
I added them to all of them.
Okay, and the 4-hour and the day and the week and all that stuff.
Oh, yep, do I have it? What do I have here? I have the 15-minute, the 30, the 1 hour, the 5-minute. No, so not the,
Yeah, let's add it to the daily and the weekly and the hour, or the 4-hour and the month.
okay, these guys, all right.
Now, you see that one chart that's got all them tickers on there?
Yeah, I see those.
Okay, the top one is the 60-minute, the middle's 30-minute, and the bottom's the 15-minute. Now, you can change these up during the day if you want. I usually put the best of the best in these.
Okay,
So you can put your favorite tickers in these and leave them. And if they don't perform, change them. Like since you, I don't know how much space you have, but maybe put 2 or 3 of the best ones you can think of. And then Rob's, recommend you look at Rob's gap list in the morning,
mhm,
and then put maybe 1 or 2 of his best list on here. So maybe look at the pre-market and look at the ones you like the most and stick a couple of them up there. Because you
okay,
can make a lot of money just off the gap fills.
get it, right.
So just to be sure, we're just adding the same pivot study to all time frames, right?
Yep, same one, yep.
And then these color coordinated numbers that you have for on this chart with all the different tickers, like you say CVNA, no, on the other one, the one that you had with all of
Right
them.
here, yeah.
Yeah, you see how CVNA has like an 8 and it's bronze, and then STA
Oh,
has
yeah.
9. What does
Yeah.
that mean?
What it means is, see, okay, the top's 60, the middle's 30, and the bottom's 15. All right, they're all linked. So see how it's 888.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put in, so type in UNH. See how all 3 charts move at the same time?
Oh, yeah,
Makes it quicker to put them in. Otherwise, you'd have to put in UNH in the top one, the middle one, the bottom one. They're all
Okay,
linked.
so make sure they all the whole entire column changes at the
Yeah.
same time.
The only one that's different is this very end one.
Okay.
And you have to manually put in the top, middle, and the bottom. Because it's unlinked.
That's so
And the
cool.
reason being, because you can only have 9 linked tickers. So
Mhm.
your main chart's linked to red. All right. So your 5, 15, 30, 60, 4-hour, daily, monthly, weekly is all linked to red. So when you put a ticker in, it's all linked.
mhm,
And then when you go to charts, you have active trader linked to yellow,
oh,
number 2. The
uh,
reason being, say if I want to take a Tesla trade, So if you go to watch list, there's an options tab. Yeah. So if I want to take Tesla, let me fix this. You right click the option you want. It's being slow. Right click it, add to watch list. You're gonna send it to options. So now it's right there, see?
Mm.
Go back to charts, click it, and that contract's right here. You can buy it, you can sell it, you can join the ask, join the bid, sell market. Look here, you can set up brackets here too. I've got a couple set. Trail stop, 10-cent stop, option 25-cent trail stop, 50-cent stop with a runner. So you can add different stuff. You can customize this.
So was the active trader, was that supposed to be imported as well?
Yeah, I've got that set up for you in my
Oh.
workspace.
How do I
so-
find?
All right, see where it says flexible grid here
Yes.
on your main screen? Hit charts.
It charts. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now I've got your watch list set up over here too. It's called options. See it? So say you're in 3 or 4 different trades in a day. All the contracts you're in is right here. So I can go between OMI,
Mhm.
NVIDIA. I can manage them all in just a second. But the second makes a big difference when you're trading.
And you
Yeah.
just named that watch list options, and then when you drag it over there or put add to watch list, it'll just go there.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It should be on my workspace. Is it on there?
Sorry, no, it's not.
No,
Okay.
not mine.
Pretty
Okay.
much none of the watch lists import. You
Okay.
do it manually.
Okay. All right. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna click on the screen right here. Then you're gonna create a watch list, and then name it options or whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be where your contracts go. Because there's something you got to do with it. You got to link it to yellow. So once you create an option watch list, then you want to pull your screen out so you can see these numbers here. Make sure all of them are red, number 1, except for options. It needs to be number 2.
Wait, you want to link it to yellow because that's what active trader is linked to?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
See, active trader got linked to yellow. So when I send the contracts here, it's linked to yellow, and active trader is linked to the yellow too. And look, all these Tesla ones are linked to red. That's the 15-minute. So when you're looking at pre-market, you're gonna be looking at this chart here. It's the only chart on this whole workspace that's got pre-market. Because you only need this pre-market in the first 5-10 minutes of the day. The only time you ever need it.
So
And
where,
then your
so where
regular
did you
chart, yeah.
find the word? Where did you find options?
Oh, you're gonna make it.
Oh,
So click on your watch list right next to, you know how you add
Okay.
your scans?
oh man, hold on. I think I messed up. Okay, so click on my watch list. Yep.
Click right beside it. It's gonna bring up your, you know how you put your scans in? It'll be personal.
I think I missed that step.
Okay.
Uh,
All right.
so how
Go
did
to-
you start to create the watch? So, okay, okay, so I see
Okay.
watch list. Yep.
Go right beside it and click. And it'll bring up this tab here.
Okay.
All right. Now go down to create watch list
Oh, okay. Yep.
and then
Type.
create option.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then save it.
Yep.
All right. Now expand it and then mark this as yellow.
Okay.
So whenever you are out of the position, you just remove that from the list.
Yeah, yeah. So what I do every morning, I'll click options, edit, and then I'll pull it up. Click on it and then remove symbols. And I do this every morning. I just get rid of all the garbage up there. On this account, I'm still swinging OMI. I'll leave that up there. But yeah, clean that every morning, so there's nothing in there that shouldn't be there. It just cleans it up, empties the garbage out. This makes it easier. So any way that you can make, enter, exit quicker. And if you're just trading one contract, at a time, and then you're done with that one, then you're gonna move another one, then you could just literally right click it and then send it straight to yellow.
Oh.
So I'm trading multiple ones, different tickers and stuff today. So I'm gonna add it to watch list. But if you're just gonna trade one, you can send it there, and then you can immediately buy a market or buy ask or however you want to do it. And there's other stuff you can do too. You can change this from a call to a put. It's about changing the later. You can change the strike price too, but I wouldn't worry about that. I would just start by clicking it and sending it. Change C to P, and then you got puts. Change the strike price. Yeah. So this chart here is the only one that has pre-market data.
So it's set up year, month, date, and then call or put, and then the strike price, right?
What's that?
It's that little bar up there. It's set up the ticker, and then the year, the month, the date, the C or P, and then the strike price.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Right here. Yeah. Yeah, but this makes it really, really quick. Yeah. So, join and ask. That's the money tab there. I'm getting alerts still. I have no idea how. MGM's moving. Trying to do it. There's a hammer. And this thing was red earlier in the month. All right, so when we open up Tuesday, the month and the week and the day will be coupled. So the following Tuesday, the month will be uncoupled Tuesday at 10:30. So the month's kind of weird. It takes 2 weeks to uncouple. MGM pushing up is holding support at 42.30. So this thing might keep on going. So let's look at it. Easy. Ooh, Caesar's setting up nice. Look at this thing. Yeah, 2-1-2. Two-bar riff set with a hammer. This thing's gonna go. I want to mark this for 109.20. Get making higher highs, higher lows. It's validated, but it's expanding. So it looks like the economy's starting to recover. I guess maybe Disney and Caesars and casinos, and airlines are going to be moving. Cruise lines.
Oh, yeah.
There's a 3-1-2 reversal in Chicago. This thing, if it wants to, this might turn into a nice swing. BA.
Can you look at love, LUV?
Mm-hmm.
That's Southwest. I love Southwest.
Oh yeah, beautiful chart. So it pushed up, retest, gone. Yeah. See how it's holding up this pivot here? So it pushed up, try to go lower, it couldn't. Every time it came down 1-2 times. Try to go lower, it couldn't. So now it's gonna go higher.
So
I'm
that's
excited
support
for
right there.
all the airlines going up. I work for the airlines.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, she's doing good. Man, I saw a video the other day, and this girl, she hurt this lady, the airline lady.
Flight attendant, yeah. I'm a flight
Yeah,
attendant.
that's horrible. Gosh, how about you see it all, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I deal with a lot of stress and stuff, so this market stuff isn't too bad.
Yeah. So was the girl just drinking, or just had a bad attitude, or what?
People just lose their sense of decency and control when they're up in the air.
Well, they should
One
ban
alcoholic
her.
drink is like 4 up there.
Well, they should ban
Wow.
that girl.
I think she told her to not to unbuckle the belt, but she did it anyway, and they got in fight.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, they were landing, and they said to keep buckled till they stop. They should ban her from flying. They could put her on JetBlue. Another one that's cheap is Safe. Spirit Airline. Pretty cheap ticket.
I think they said Hawaiian Airlines was supposed to be doing well since a lot of people still can't travel internationally, and they're looking at Hawaii as a destination. So
Okay.
HA.
HA. Trying. Love probably looks the best. Yeah, all of them. Love is ready.
Yeah.
I love how it's retested the month. So it just pushed up here. It's consolidating sideways. It's making lower highs and lower lows, but this retest is strong.
So, hey Leslie, did you put the 1, 2, 3s on your candles? Did you have a script for that?
No, I still have to do that.
Oh,
I
here,
still
let's
have
get
to
it.
do that.
Let's do it.
Okay, yeah.
Alrighty. It goes up just like this. You install that just like you do the pivot. So. All right. This is the straight numbers. Yeah, so if you all send me a direct message or Twitter or in the Discord, I'll share the strat courses with you. The strat course is in a channel. It's locked. but I'll unlock it for you. You're welcome.
Oh, I sent you already, Jerry.
See.
Nice.
All right. Rain, on Discord, you have access. The Strat course is in a channel called Strat Course. Let's see here.
I sent you a message on Twitter. I don't know how to use Discord well yet.
All right. Freedom 876, you have access.
Okay.
I put my Discord name in the chat though. I think that's it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll get you back here right now.
So are you on Leslie, are you on Discord?
I am. I use it to read everything. I just can't figure out how to send a direct message.
Okay, so do I remember? Okay, so say you're on, if you go to Discord, you just click on Big O, his name, and a message box will come up.
Okay, let me try.
All right. I got you, Leslie.
Oh, okay, at the bottom. I see what you mean. Huh, that's simple.
Well, no,
Okay.
no, click on his name, click on his name.
Yeah, I clicked on his name and it
Okay,
shows
yeah, there you
me
go. Yeah,
his name and the number on the bottom.
right.
Yeah. Oh, that's
And then
so
the
much-
messages will show up at the upper left corner.
Mine showed in the general chat.
When you click on his name,
Mm-hmm. It goes to the,
okay.
oh, you know what? Because I'm in the general chat. So where do I
Mhm.
have to be? In what section do I have to click his name?
I don't know. I
Oh.
just like on his name. That's how I did mine before. At least that's what I thought. Let me do a test.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's what I did. I clicked on say, okay, say go. Yeah, even if you go into the, hold on. All right, so we're in Stratton and let me say we go to the general chat.
Mhm.
Okay, so the general chat, then you'll see Big O moves. So you're gonna click on
Oh, click on his picture, not his name.
no, or his name. Click on his name.
If I click on his name, it just tags him and then it's I can type a message and it'll go in the chat. But if I click on his picture, then another button comes up and I can direct message him.
Okay, whatever works.
Yeah.
Mine is working differently, but okay.
Okay, I got it.
Good. Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, I'm sorry, I couldn't make it work. I don't know why. I
What do you?
unchecked all of those boxes,
Yes, sir.
and then I zoomed in and I saved it. I don't know. This is what you told me to do.
Uh-huh.
And then every time I change ticket,
So
it
when
goes
you-
back.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so when you click yours, you have some that are checked here.
Yeah, I unchecked it already.
Okay, and then you unclick it, and then you click back on it, and then it's filled back in again. What you're saying?
Yeah, it's unchecked. There is something on setting. I'm sure you have changed it. I can't figure out.
What is it that you're trying to do?
The same problem that you mentioned, like when you have suppose like you have it on 90 days, 4 hours,
Yeah.
90 days.
Oh,
And every time you change ticker, it tries to show you a whole 90 days. It doesn't
Oh,
show.
okay. Okay.
And you're using his workspace? Maybe if you upload his workspace again. and
Yeah,
go to
yeah.
that
When I uploaded his, it works perfectly. But when I go back to my own, because I have plenty of setups and setups and indicators, everything I added myself. I'm trying to work it on mine too.
Okay, look here. Go to this gear icon up here. And then go to price axis. Make sure they're on click there and then hit OK or apply. Okay. We'll try to save it that way.
These are unchecked too.
Okay. Does it say auto here?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you whenever you click on your chart, it just zoomed out real funny or something.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Every time I change ticker, it tries to cramp all of these days.
So you got to click on it to zoom out each time.
Yeah, it doesn't show the way that it's showing yours. For you, it stays in one last day.
So on your chart, your original chart, it's not doing that.
No, but when I switch it to yours, it works perfectly. I don't know. You have unchecked or checked something.
That's so weird. I don't know. That's weird. I don't think I've done anything. That's about the only thing I've done that was different. Was just uncheck all that stuff. Before that, it was just crazy.
Anybody else has the same problem or?
Not with his workspace. Mine is fixed. So
when you use his, it's fixed, right?
Yeah, right.
But when you switch on your own, it has the same problem.
I had that problem. So I'm just gonna do his workspace. Maybe you want to go through the charting grid, like that same gear. If you click on that gear thing.
Yeah, right here.
The setting, yeah.
And then in general, look on his boxes and see if you have the same check boxes and unchecked boxes.
Let me do a screenshot maybe, but I think everything is same.
But those guys, TD they'll help you. They're really helpful like that.
Yeah, I will figure out.
Sorry. So it wasn't doing that before you downloaded the workspace?
Yeah, I had the same problem, and all these days I'm looking at your charts and I'm thinking maybe you have a bigger, I don't know. And I didn't ask, and I said maybe it's a simple solution.
Yeah, that usually fixes it when you uncheck in boxes.
And I'm telling myself, maybe he just has a bigger screen. My little laptop is trying to, but But right now I uploaded your session and it's really nice and clean, and only last day it shows on last day.
There's a sign. You have to start using my workspace.
I think I'm gonna add anything I want to your workspace now.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, the less is more.
Yeah, I didn't even have a workspace before, so this is great.
And I really like it, the way it's the way it looks, and it's clean. And
Yes, me. I like it. I try to. That's one reason I got volume here, TPO here. I try to keep as much stuff off as. Cause I see some people, and they'll have the same thing on each chart, and there's no sense in having it on everything. Like that ATR will be on everything, and TPO will be on everything, and volume will be on everything. So I've got stuff, but I try to space it out. On this chart here, there's no need in having pivot studies on these because you don't really need it. Because you're looking at individual candles. You're looking for reversals back in the trend. And as the day goes on, I'm more or less looking at the 30-60. Like on UNH, there's a 2-2 right here. So that's a reversal signal. Right. So if I was looking at the screen that had all the charts on there, this right here would have been a signal right here to get in long 2-2 for later in the day. And the target's here, 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 here. And here's a runner formation in the pivot.
And you're only looking at those 30 and 60s later in the day because the price is moving slower in the afternoon.
Yeah, and they're more significant. So the higher time frame something happens on, the more significant it is. Right? So a 60-minute has more importance than a 5 or the 15, and the daily has more significant than the 60, and the monthly has more significant than the daily. It's just as strong. So the higher time frame you go, the stronger the signal, the more relevant it is. And I can see the broader picture where, if I'm looking at the 5 or the 15, it's just a bunch of candles, and if I stretch it up, I could see it, but there's so much action. I can see it clearly in just these 2 bars, what's going on right now. And the price is 2 down with a hammer, 2 up. It's just real simple to see it real quick.
So let's say you had a trigger on UNH on the 30, and then it went up and it triggered something on the weekly, you would probably add to it?
I'd add to it on the 5.
On the 5.
Yeah.
But let's say it ended up reaching like a higher target on a larger time frame.
Yeah. I'm still gonna add on the lower time frames.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I want to add as much as I can. So I want to be looking at, if I enter on the 30, I'm going to be looking to add on the 5 or the 15. Yep. So add on the lower time frames. Yeah. Because if you wait till it triggers a weekly, you probably missed 5 ads.
So then would you exit on the higher time frame?
You can. Yeah. So like Tesla, well, let's see, on this one here. So remember, Tesla's got that red bar that's coming up. So my first target, if you wanted a weekly target, you can. So the first target would be 419. The second target would be 425. So you can have larger targets on the weekly. So that's that's not the only purpose I would look at the weekly or the monthly. It's for a larger target. But it's more accurate on the lower. So it's going to be more accurate on the 30 and the 60 versus the weekly. because there's so much can happen on the, you know,
Yeah.
on the weekly.
Yeah, that's
Price
what I
can go
was just
sideways
thinking.
or- yeah.
Like, what if it starts to reverse, but we're looking at the 60 or the 30, but it's already in motion from the lower time frame? Are we missing out on profits?
Yeah, exactly. So if you're looking, the reverse is going to happen first on, you know, the 5, the 15, then the 30 and the 60. It's going to telegraph what's going to happen. So say you're pushing up here on the 60 or the 30, and you look at the 5-minute and it's starting to make lower highs and lower lows. You're like, oh shit, prices are reversing. I better do something.
Mhm.
You know, but if you wait till it sort of till you got a signal on the 60 or 30, I mean, you know, you could have been out 30 minutes ago because the reversal happened on the 5-minute first. Same thing on the weekly. If you're on the weekly, you're going to see that reversal happen first on the 4-hour. And that tells you right there how you better pay attention because this could be going the other way. So you let $10 slip by and then you get a signal on the weekly that's reversing, you know, you just lost out on a bunch of money. So always look for
Okay.
the reversals on the lower time frames. That's where they're going to
Okay.
start. So that's why, you know, when you're first trading, you want to stick to full time frame continuity. But as you get more experience, you can trade stuff in conflict. Because if I see stuff that's red on the higher time frames, like the monthly and the weekly or whatever, and I see it reversing on the 60 and the daily and the 4-hour, then, you know, I'm going to take it anyway because I'm, you know, I'm expecting it to trigger the weekly green and the monthly green.
So, hey,
Whereas
Jerry,
some people-
take a look at space. Sorry.
It's okay. Space.
And then on the 4, yeah. Oh, why does yours look like that?
There you go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so price looks like it's trying to reverse here. Made a big old shooter Friday though. It's kind of scary, but here's your 2 down, 2 up. Here's your broad information right here. See how price wicks down just a little bit right here?
Mhm.
Just a few pennies. So in price, that's just price expansion. So sometimes price will wick down a bit. It don't scare me at all because I know price is going to expand. But there's your broad information there. There. And really on the daily here, you can do this. You can go just a hair.
But is price going down though is it price going down on the daily and the 5 minutes and the no, that's not the
Well,
no the which yeah, the daily and the what's the bottom one? Oh,
4
that's
hour?
your 4-hour.
Mhm. So the monthly went outside, so we could see a 3-2 up back through range. Right now, the good thing about it is it's bounced off this pivot low and trying to come back up. Right, so they try to take it lower. It took out the stops here. Now it's coming back up. We can see a clear reversal on it on the 4-hour. So you push up, pull back, push up. It pushed up through this pivot here, held support. Now it's making more highs. It did have a big shooter on Friday. So that could just be a pullback. It was, I mean, it just made a massive run. So remember, after every big run, it needs a rest. Pushed up, pulls back, push up, pulls back, push up, pulls back. Could go, keep going. It's reversing. It's on its way back up. And it started,
Oh,
you can see it clearly here. There's your 2 down, 2 up. But it started here. Right there. You can see it. It pushes up here. Yeah. So this shooter could just be a
Yeah.
pullback to the upside. Because
okay.
that big green red or that green candle there,
Mhm.
where it went outside. They tried to take it lower here, couldn't. It went higher. And that's bouncing right off this lower support here too. So sometimes they don't have to break through. They just gotta get close.
Okay. What about the minor gap that's on the weekly?
Weekly, yeah, it don't matter about that. No, it might come back and fill that gap eventually. I
Okay.
don't see it doing it anytime soon. Of course, it was extremely bearish right here. The thing that looks bullish to me is it held support and bounced. Now, could it come back down eventually? It can.
Yeah.
So if it comes close to this support here and breaks, you'll see it. You should see a huge flush down. But right now it's on its way up. So before I took it long again, I'd want to see it start to come back up. And you would see it first on the 60 and then here. So right now it's a shooter going down, so it could go back down. So like say you see a green bar and then it starts going back down, then it's reversing back to the downside. But if you see it push up, pull back, and then say Monday or Tuesday, it starts coming back through. As soon as it crosses this, you can take it long again. So as soon as it crosses across there, and on top of that, you got a pivot right here. See that pivot there? So it breaks this, then it can pivot machine gun all the way up through here. Right? So this is key right now. I want to mark it 36.59. I'm going to mark it. I'm expecting it to break just by looking at it. All right, so look, it can do one. It can do one or two things there. It's either gonna pull back and then rip through it, or it's going to hit it and then just reverse. So it's gonna look like this. Pull back, down, or it's gonna move. Hopefully, it looks like this. I like stuff to go long. So pull back. See that candle here in itself is a pullback right this second. There's this. Best of support. This candle here is a pullback in itself right now. See, because the wick is down. You can do that.
I like stuff to go red because it moves faster.
Oh yeah. Yeah. True. And you make more money off of puts than you can off of
Puts,
calls.
yeah.
Yeah. So stairs up, elevator down, price. It takes a while to get priced up, man, but it tanks quickly. See there? So it took a while to get up here, but then it just, it took a few weeks to get down there. Yeah. So when you look at tickers, always look at the overall trend. See, you can see exactly what's happening. In this one candle here, you can see exactly what's happening.
Now, you have a lot of alerts. Do you delete any of them once
Nope.
something happens? You just leave them?
I just leave them. Because as I'm looking, stuff comes across my scan or something, I'll look at it. If I see a potential move in the future, I mark it. Like, well, this pivot here. Show you. So we got a pivot. I got it filled up now. There's a pivot right here. See it, green? And see how price is close to it? I'm going to mark it. I set an alert on it. And I'll let the trader come to me. So when price gets up close to that, I'm going to know about it. Because I'm waiting on it to break this pivot. And what you could do is put an alert on this pivot. Because if it breaks below this pivot, it's going to puke. So if I see something that looks pretty good, I'm going to mark it and I'm going to wait on it. I'm not going to go back and keep checking on it. I'm just going to wait. And it will tell me when it's ready. Yeah. So I'll set alerts and get them a week or two later.
So when it triggers, it doesn't re-trigger again, no?
Nope, it won't trigger again. No. Sometimes I miss triggers.
So if it's a spikes and it triggers and then it comes back and moves again, you would miss it.
I would miss it. Yep. So a lot of times what I do is I'll set a couple of triggers. If I really like it, I'll set 3 or 4. And sometimes they'll gap up and I'll miss it. Because say it gaps up pre-market and goes up to $37, it won't trigger. So if I really like it, I'd set a trigger, at pivot break, and I'll set one 50 cents away and 50 cents away and 50 cents away. Because this is a cheaper one here. 50 cents a dollar would be a pretty good move on this one. If it was Tesla, it might be at, 650, 651, 652, 653. I set multiple ones.
It won't let you set one trigger and have it go unlimited as many times as it hits it.
You know what? That's a good question. I don't
Because
know.
it does it on Webull. Like you can put trigger at 3504 and then
Uh-huh.
put unlimited times. So sometimes like if it's in the middle of the day and it's consolidating, it'll hit that a bunch of times and I'll get a bunch of alerts and I know that it
Gotcha.
hasn't broken through yet because it's still in the same range.
Can you set the percentage?
On this one, I don't know. I haven't worked with TOS. I was just doing Webull.
You know, on a Sniper, they have a feature you can put the percentage to how much you get close to the price,
Oh,
like 1%, 10%.
I like that. That's interesting. I had to check it out with you. And you said it was with TOS?
the one that for the
Webull.
unlimited ones is on Webull.
Webull.
I haven't used TOS much yet.
I might have to check into TOS. I'm sure there's something like that though.
Yeah, I mean, if that one has it, I'm pretty sure Thinkorswim has it. But basically, you have your alert, and then it'll say something like, see, where would it be?
I think I
Notify
can do
with,
something.
maybe at the bottom, notify with, and then Sound Mobile, and it should have maybe something that says how many times should it ring. No, it doesn't say it. On Webull, it says how many times do you want it to ring? Once per day
Oh,
or
wow.
unlimited?
I'm not seeing that on
don't e-
TOS,
I don't
but
see it
that
either.
doesn't mean it's not there.
But yeah, so I'll get a bunch of dings.
Okay. Create similar alerts.
All right, it says alert for reverse crossover.
Yeah, that's weird. It doesn't-
Oh, I'm getting tired, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same. Thank you
What
so
time
much
is
for
on?
helping us.
You're welcome. What time zone are y'all
Oh.
in?
I'm in
Jerry,
Los
before you
Angeles.
go,
Mhm.
before you go back to your create alert on price. I don't know how you got there
Okay.
because I just saw something. All right, so see that lock, Put
Oh,
your
yeah.
mouse over it, yeah, and then, so I don't know what that means. Because it says to allow the alert price to follow market changes.
Oh, cool.
So I don't know if it means anything, but maybe you could do a back test tomorrow and check it out.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, I'm sure somebody's got it figured out. I don't.
Mhm.
But
How
that's
about at the
probably
top? Do you
key.
see where it says notify me on price condition? If you
Huh?
click that one. No, not that one.
Yeah.
And what
that's
about that little arrow? I don't know what that is.
Alert
Oh.
template.
It's got to be on there. It can't be on Webull and not on TOS.
Look, I'm still a big old new one here.
Yeah.
But that way, if you
Uh,
get multiple alerts, like you won't miss a second entry or a third if it keeps
Yeah.
testing it.
Yeah, and then you know I hate because you know sometimes I'm set alert that morning, you know, waiting on price to break, and it breaks and goes $3 or $4, and I'm just I'm just stuck. I missed the target. It happens all the time, and it sucks.
Hey
Yeah,
Jerry,
keep going.
last ticker, if you have
Yeah.
TROW.
I know that one. No, I don't. Yeah. Material price? No.
Oh, that's really good. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
2 up, got a hammer. So they try to take it lower, expanded right here. Right there. Come up through here. Very nice channel on it too. Those cameras are very bullish. It's kind of in a range. You can see it here, but you can really see it on the 4 hour. See that big red candle price will quickly
Yeah.
come up through there. So target's 193.26. I'd wait until it broke 193.26 to take it.
Okay.
It's nice though. It's been moving.
Man,
That was an
Honest-
inside week. That's why maybe.
inside week. Yeah.
Big Red came in at puke, but it's coming right back through there.
All right. Well, Jerry, I really appreciate this. I mean, I'm learning
So
so much.
much.
Yeah.
Well, y'all are very
Leslie, we
welcome.
got to keep in touch, Leslie.
Yes, we will. We will.
Okay.
Girl Traders Unite.
Make sure that y'all
With Jerry.
Yeah.
go through that course.
We will.
Yeah. And
Take
read
plenty
that
of
book.
notes.
I
So
literally
did you get the
don't
book,
leave my
Leslie? Did you
house.
get the book? You know-
No, but I want to. The volume analysis one.
Yeah, so it's in there. I'll send it to you.
You
Does
have my
everybody
email
else
now.
need it? Oh, no, I'm just gonna, hold on, let me, oh my gosh, I have so many things open. Because I know exactly where to find it in the, it's in February, resources, February 14th, I think it is.
And has some good videos on YouTube too.
Ooh. Yeah, I was listening to her and her husband go through some stuff. But.
That's a really good book, though. I mean, it's very helpful. I try to just put stuff in resources that I use on a daily basis. Like I don't want to put anything out there that's not important.
Okay, here we go. So let me just drop this in. And it's under, it's the February 14th. All right, there we go. That's the one. So you guys could grab that one. And there's another one. But that's the main one right now. And then there's a second one here. Whoops, what did I do? And then we could all go to bed to wake up in a couple hours.
Yeah.
There's it. That's it.
Got it. Perfect. Oh, I'm so excited. Yay.
Yeah, be sure to when you take that course, it's a bunch of videos, but take plenty of notes. And when you're done, make sure you take it again. Because
Okay.
there'll be stuff that you miss, I'm telling you.
Man, I appreciate
stuff.
this.
You're welcome. You're very
Thank you
welcome.
so
And I'm always
much.
here to answer questions if y'all have any. So,
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I can't wait till I can leave $900 tips.
there you go. Yeah. I
That'll be
know
great.
that
Wait a
Tessa
second, hold
course,
on.
too.
I don't see the course. I click on it, but I'm only seeing a picture
What's that?
for the course.
Let's see.
I'm in Strat course. Am I clicking on something?
Let me make sure it's still there.
Or maybe I don't know which one to click on.
I can't even find it. Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah, it should all be there. It's
Yeah.
all there.
You just have to scroll up and it's everything.
Oh, so it's all these.
All of
It's
them.
all
Yeah.
the videos, yeah. Now there's
All
kind of
right.
some of them are kind of out of line, but they're there.
Okay, okay. All
It's
right,
both
all
courses.
right.
Happy Memorial Day.
That picture is number 11 on the new course.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was clicking on, just number 11.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a picture. So somebody's asking, where's number 11 at? That's number 11.
Okay. All right, nice.
Ta-da.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, good night,
y'all.
everybody.
I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate
We'll
you.
do this again.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I like this. Bye-bye.
Everybody, yeah.
Thank you so much, Jerry.
And this one, is this recorded?
Yeah, it'd be
It is, right?
recorded.
Okay, because I think I missed the first hour or something. So I'll go back and watch it. Thank
Yep.
you.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good night.
Good
Okay, you
night.
too. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
Jerry.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, if you want the course for free, send me a message in Discord. I mean, anybody that wants it.
Jerry, you're
It's
gonna
on,
take this part out of the recording?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll mute it. We'll put some elevator music across this part. I gotta tell Kim that.
Yeah, just remember there's a couple places that you said it.
Yeah. We'll get it taken
Okay.
care of. All right. Y'all have a good night.
You
Good night.
too. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.